All right, let's start already. Oh wait, I forgot my secret calculator. 1 second. Uh, oops, there it is. That. All right. Hey, what's up, Kaiser? My videos are interesting to watch. Well, I'm glad. Though most of my videos are like my VODs, right? So. Never seen a Reaper pull 20 mobs and take them out. Depends on which floor, you know. Don't think I would be doing that on like 91 plus and never on high, but that's something I probably did like, you know, before I got to the very high floors. It wasn't in POTD. One-on-one, yeah. In POTD, surprisingly, you can kind of do that on most of the jobs if as long as you're willing to like use your commanders. On most of the jobs, if you witch chain a big pool of monster, you can usually like lust or rezo them all if you do it in AoE. So it kind of works out. In Heaven on High, it's a little more tricky. Is that the only monster? I think so. Well, you have to keep one thing in mind though. If you compare my runs to people, to other runs from other people, most people are not doing score runs. Like they're not going for points, so like they don't really have a reason to be using their commanders until they make it to the very high. In my case, since I'm going for points, well, I am using like my commanders for that reason. I'm using them to maximize my amount of points. So, but if you look at someone who does score runs, like if you're in the Discord, that would be someone like Matt or Zarin or people like that. You're gonna see that they also use their commanders very like a lot. They use them a lot, and they use them early on. Like compared to, let's say, Angelus, like you're gonna notice Angelus does not really use these commanders until he makes it to, you know, very high course, and that's because he only wants to clear. He's not interested in doing scores. But hey, it's actually the reason I started doing score runs myself is because I wanted the early floors to be more interesting. So like that was the main appeal for me. It makes me more skill knowledgeable since you push to the limit. I mean, yeah, it does, definitely. But it's Well, I think it teaches me to use my commanders like more effectively in like varied situations, but it's how to say, like it also makes it so when I'm doing a run where I'm not doing score and I'm just trying to clear it, it can make it a little bit confusing for me, because I do things out of muscle memory that I don't need to do. Like, for example, I'll see a treasure room and my first instinct is like, okay, what am I using to clear a treasure room? But if you're like trying to clear, then you don't really want to do something like that. You would only care about, you know, escaping the treasure room. So it has its upsides and its downsides, honestly. Wow, already 3 effluents on floor 2. That's weird. Though, I think what I'm doing that is a little bit weird compared to most people is that I'm doing score runs, but like as the first clear, right? So I run job that I've never cleared, and then I try to do score runs out of them, which I think is the big reason I've still not cleared on every job in Pass of the Dead. Because as you can see, I've cleared 10 out of 19, and it's because it's just like every attempt takes me a very long time. So when I do die at the higher floors, and I have to do it all again. Like last week was a Gunbreaker. I had a very nice Gunbreaker run, but I lost it at 180 because I was just like not experienced enough for that. So oh, I play zoomed in. You know, that's interesting because I was talking about that a few days ago too. More like a few weeks ago. Because I noticed when I'm watching people, most people they play like zoomed out, right? Which I do too sometimes, but they oh wow, nice nice intuition. I mean, nice bag without using intuition. So yeah, most people they play like zoomed out like that, but they don't like really change the zoom. But I noticed from watching my own VODs that I do. I like to zoom in when I'm like in tight spots, and then I like to zoom out when I'm walking around. Kind of got used to it. I don't even notice when I do it. By the way, it's like it's just like muscle memory. But I'm sure I've done it. I'm sure I've zoomed out and then like 10 times in the past minute, and none of it was intentional. Wow, I lost track. Is there respawn? I don't think there is. Okay. Yeah, you would be right. And you know, even more scary, I don't use a headset. So my game sounds is just coming from my speakers in front of me. You can't hear it. You can't hear it because my microphone, like it does not pick up sounds from behind. But that means when there's a patrol, I don't have like because you know, if you have a headset, you can kind of tell when things are coming from your left or your right. But since I'm playing on speakers, I don't have that. So I have to be very careful with patrols. Actually, like I have to see them, because when I hear their footsteps, I don't know which direction they're coming from. But yeah, I definitely do get bullied by patrols a little too often. Though it's worse in Heaven on High. It doesn't happen too much in PotD. It's mostly like in Heaven on High. Because in PotD you can actually see quite far when you're on the higher floor. Respawn, where are you? I'll take a chance and say that maybe it's in the key room. If not, I'll backtrack. Nope, backtrack time. It's going to be really interesting actually, because when the new deep dungeon comes out, I will try to get the word first clear. I'm not like that confident, but I'll try. But it means I'll have to do runs like in a totally non-scoring mindset. Like it's gonna be like try and go as fast as you can. It's gonna be very interesting. Oh, come on, that trap was bullshit. Yeah, you're gonna have big time problems on Paladin. It's gonna be, honestly, I would say like close to healer, like close to, like in between White Mage and Scholar. I'd say it's gonna be like that, about that speed. Though it's gonna feel less hard because you're not gonna get one shot by the monsters. It's just gonna be like you're gonna need to be super optimal with your time. And also, yes, there has been POTD speedruns. If you know, like, there's a speedrunning website, right? I always forget what it's called. It's called speedrun.org and something like that. Let me check actually. What is it called? There it is. Okay. So yeah, there's actually a section for POTD and Heaven on High on the official speedrun website, and there's been some runs. I used to have the #1 place for the world record for 1 to 100 POTD, but a guy grinded it really hard and beat me. Like he beat me a lot now. I still have the one for Heaven on High though. Honestly, I would do more speedruns. Like I quite enjoy it, but I would only grind it really hard once I'm done with clearing every job. Like once I'm done getting my Omni clear. Before that, I don't want to like spend too much time grinding it, even though it's fun. I know, right? It's freaking nuts. The first time I did a run, I was also very surprised. I was like, oh my god, this is actually 2 hours. Like, because the first thing I thought of, I was like, oh my god, this is big. Like, if you're trying to get Necromancer, you can actually get to 100 in 2 hours. Like, that's not even like an evening. That's so fast. I've never done a speedrun from 1 to 200. But I have a feeling it would be around 7 hours, which is like kind of crazy because that is about as long as a Heaven on High solo run, like a normal one. Honestly, I would do that speedrun if they had a section for it on the website. For some reason, they don't. They only have like 1 to 100. They don't have 1 to 200. So big reason I choose Paladin today, by the way. I need to practice my 180 pushes, so I needed like a rough job to do it. So I decided to go Paladin. Because the last time I did Paladin, I already have one try on the 180 on Paladin, and it was pretty damn close. So I think it's like a good middle ground. Because like from what I saw from my 180 on Gunbreaker last week, I'm just very rusty at the push now. I did a lot of mistakes. But I need like a good job, like to do a very long push, which Paladin I think has the longest push actually, so it's gonna work out well for that. I'll finally have my range move there. So we'll see, like, until what floor I make it today. I'm clearly not making it to 200. But I'd love, yeah, a huge chunk of it done, if possible. Where's the chest? There it is. Oh, there we go, F1s. Ah, that's a double one, rip. That's actually a very good idea, in my opinion. I think this is worth your time. It's kind of an underrated like aspect. Like going fast makes it so your tries take much less time. It's kind of underrated. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. Though I did it on Machinist, so it also depends on what job you do it. But if you do it on Machinist too, it should not be hard that much to get it like under 3 hours. Man, I keep finding the respawn, but like too far from the room. I'm stuck in a respawn loop. Please be there. Oh, god damn it. Heaven on High was also nuts. So I did a 1 to 100 Heaven on High speedrun. So like the entire thing took me 4 hours. I was like, what the hell? 4 hours to do that? That is so fast. Yep, thanks for sticking around, Kaiser. Thanks for chatting a little bit. I'll see you maybe later if I'm still streaming, or if not, it's fine. Just have a good one. But man, the 1 to 200 speedrun in PTD is something I'd like to try once. It's just I'm like not sure because there's not a leaderboard for it. I mean, I could still record it. It's kind of a bummer that if there's no leaderboard to submit after. Pretty sure I would do it on Machinist too. I think Machinist would be the fastest job to do a speedrun like that. You know what's crazy with Paladin and Endwalker? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you actually got 0 new buttons on this job. Because I don't remember changing my bar for Endwalker, and I'm pretty sure you have everything. Like, I think everything you unlock is like a skill that upgrades another skill. Let's see. So yeah, this is just Sheltron better. This is the Spirit Within, but better. And these 3 things are like, they replace your Confiteer, if I remember right. Sorry, so it's kind of funny. probably put my own music. Now that I think about it, gonna be a lot of floors of not much happening. By my own music, I mean the radio will choose for me. Wow, strong start. There's only one Ornette, okay. Oh yeah, for some reason I decided to go Paladin. Oh my god, AoEs were suffering on Gunbreaker. Like, Jesus Christ. Gunbreaker does so little AoE damage. Like, Paladin's gonna feel so much stronger for AoE. Which is kind of silly, because I think it's like the second weakest thing. Like, I think Dark Knight and Warrior have better AoE, but it's still like... It's still way better than Gunbreaker. Because just my 1-2 combo does more damage than Gunbreaker in AoE, but then I also have like an entire OGCD to do AoE that Gunbreaker does not have. And I have like Clemency. Oh man, it's gonna feel great. Can't believe I'm saying that Paladin's gonna feel great, but I think it is. I definitely would not have mind if I cleared Gunbreaker first try. Too bad I did not. But I would have been pretty chill. It's not a job I'm looking much forward to doing again. But I mean, hey, you know, I did clear Scholar first try, and I had kind of the same mindset for Scholar. I was like, please God, clear Scholar first try, and I did. So you can't win them all. The respawns are being nasty to me. It's always like the opposite rooms. It doesn't matter really. It's just means I have less time to like fuck around on the last floor. Like, see again. It's like at least two rooms across. There it is. Yeah, I could recognize a Skyrim song from anywhere. Pretty sure that's from Skyrim. Oh, no strength. That actually sucks for the boss. I could safety, but I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on the floor, so I won't. Oh shit! You can get mimics on this floor? Okay, I not even sure if I ever saw a mimic on these floors. Okay, that's actually very interesting. So let me tell you why I did not think you can get mimics, because I'm sure that is very interesting to know about. So in Heaven on High, from floor 1 to 7, you cannot get... Sorry, from floor 1 to 6, you cannot get alterations and mimics. And then starting from floor 7 to 10, you can get alterations, and then you can also get mimics. In PotD, you cannot get alterations from floor 1 to 10, which I kind of assumed that meant you cannot get mimics too from floor 1 to 10, but I guess I was wrong, so... The more you know. So you can actually get a mimic below 10. Oop, misclick. For Also, I don't have a strength for the boss, but I have a loss. How long is it gonna take me? I feel like it's gonna be like 130 maybe. Oh, there's a strength. Honestly, I'm not sure I want to use it though. I'm probably gonna just... Like, if I use that strength, it lets me kill maybe one more monster, right? I think I'd rather keep it for the next set, in case I get unlucky again. Pretty low kill count, actually. It's not even gonna be 100. Huh. It's gonna be like, what, 94, maybe? 95?
You're listening to Game Music Radio, brought to you by rpgamers.net.
So like 1, 2, 3. I think I can kill 3 more. Then I have to go. Oh, I heard that. Very light. This is super, a super small optimization, but I might as well show it up. If you ever like waiting for a respawn and then you want to know like if it's in a room that is far, what you can do is you can just position your camera into that room, wait for the respawn, and then if you hear the respawn, you know it's in this room. If you don't hear anything, you know it's not, so you can just go. Like, you don't need to actually check into the room. As long as your camera is like pretty far into it, you should be able to hear the respawn sound. Also, this is the last kill, then I have to go because I'm not sure like how long it's gonna take without strength. I would guess like 1 minute 15, like maybe even just 1 minute, I don't know. Persona. Actually, I think I just sting the Lust. Pretty sure my damage does not do like nearly as much as the Lust. Yeah. So let's see, this boss with a loss and no strength takes... Well, yeah, about like 45 seconds. I think 1 minute is a safe number. So that should be viable for every job. Like 1 minute if you use a lot. Yeah, looks good. Let's go. No, I was playing some other roguelike games this week after work, and I still kind of stand by what I said, that I feel like in every roguelike games, mimics are never as dangerous as the ones in PotD and Evan High. Like, I feel like this game has unironically the most dangerous mimics. It's kind of crazy. Because usually the very short roguelike, like the ones that a game takes like 30 minutes, okay, maybe these ones have like very dangerous mimics, but it doesn't matter because you only lost 30 minutes. And then it's the opposite for games that have like long runs. Usually a game that has like a very long run, like 10 hours plus, or like even like 5 plus, then the mimic is like not, it doesn't kill you. Usually it's just like a harder monster, or it does something like inconvenient. In PotD Never, mimics are like, you die, man. Like, if you don't have a resource, you die. And you lose like 10 hours. Like, good night. Kind of, it's so nasty. What is this? I'm gonna use this again. Let's try, I don't know, I might fortune this floor. Let me see if it's more than 4 rooms. Oh yeah, I'll fortune. Wow, I'm drowning in affluence. You know, affluents are like... Nice landmine. Affluents are like, you can kind of actually map out how much point they give you. Because I believe an affluence always adds from 6 to 9 chests or something like that. 6 to 9. I should look up the numbers again, but my point is more like it's a fixed amount of chest. Well, it's like a fixed amount with a small RNG in it. It's not like a big swing. It's not like from 1 to 20. It's like 6 to something, I think. So that means every affluence you pick up, like you could probably average it out, like, I don't know, like, oh, this is on average 700 points, for example. But then you have to remember that, you know, the stuff you pick up in the chests themselves can also give you points. So, I mean, like, all in all, affluence is actually kind of a... Like, it might even be more points than alteration when you think about it. Wow, I've never really seen it like that, but I think that's true. Because an alteration... If I use an alteration now... It's plus 300 points per monster that gets replaced. So usually it's gonna be like... Okay. So usually it's gonna replace like... You know, on average it's gonna replace 2.5 monsters. So that's 3, 105. So it's 750 points gain on average. on the lower floors. I feel like an affluence gives you that, like easily. It gives you a little less from like the pure raw chest, just like from the act of picking them up. But then when you consider that you get stuff in the chest that helps you, then I think an affluence is actually more points than alteration. I've never really thought about it. But that sounds right, at least. Huh. Interesting. It's interesting thing about it. It's not really like, it's not stuff that is really like gonna change the way you play, but it's interesting to think about when you have like 10 hours to kill on the lower floors. Oh, look at that. Was the perfect example of why you don't move when you're fighting a slime. Wow. I should remember that and keep that later. It's kind of a good example. So whenever you're pulling a slime, I don't really mention it, but the way I do it, when you're pulling an enemy that has an enrage, or like something that you would die if you had a trap, go into the room, stop moving for like a second, then pull the monster and stand there. Just kill the monster while you're not moving. This is the only way to guarantee that you're not gonna hit like a trap at the same time as you're fighting. And once it dies, move, you know? And that was a good example. I was like one step away from the toe trap there. Also, there's no way I can keep up with single pulls, so let's kill all the slimes and then AoE. Wow, this is very trash monsters. Like, see like that? I go, I stop, I pull, I kill. Then I'll probably do the same thing for this slime too. Because there might be a toe trap like right in front of me. I don't know. And that there, like right there, I did not do what I said because I don't care if I hit a toe trap while I'm fighting these guys. Like they're not gonna kill me or punish me. I'm just gonna lose 15 seconds. Oh, that's a jammer. That's a cat jam. Stop, move, stop and don't move, pull, kill, then move. There's a respawn, but if I go back, it's gonna take like way too long, so I'll just go. Okay, Cobras, I will side this one. Nice, wandering. I need to see if there's a slime. There is two. Okay, let's try. Wow, I picked up a lot of lights. Not good. I can do these guys anyway. I'm pretty sure there's no problem there. Can you wait for the respawn just in this room? You know, sometimes I think I should upload one run, because when I upload on YouTube my VODs, most of the time I will take everything from like 140-ish to the end. I should like make one VOD at some point where I just put the entire thing. So I have like a one run where someone can see like the entire scoring process. Because personally, I don't think there's much of value to gain like below 140, but it's, you know, I have a lot of experience myself, so I have like very what is the word, like biased, like I'm biased there, because I'm sure there's actually some stuff to take away from these lower floors. Also nice mimic. Oh, wow. 3 mimics already. That's pretty lucky. But the floors have been really small. So, you know, it kind of offsets it. Alright, I'm pretty sure there's already something respawned behind. Oh, there it is. Oh, perfect. By the way, same thing with these snakes. I don't go into the room of fighting them because I am actually dead if I had a toe trap. Like, there's no chance. It one-shots you. Like, it actually uses a spell that one-shots you if you're a frog. Very specific, but that's how it is. The gloom. Might as well steal. Okay, I see cobras, which makes me want to sight too. Oh, nice sight. I don't want to use that. I don't really want to use the landmine either. I'm just gonna run all the way and probably like witching. Just watch out for the gaze. Wow, that's a landmine in every room. Hello, I wish that was like 192 or something. Oh my god, there's so many cobras. It's like 5? 4 or 5? Still no slime. There's one there. I should have time to bring it to the last room before it blows up. Wow, no luring. unlucky. Alright, let's go. That's not enough monsters to justify using my last fortune, I don't think so. Wow, am I really gonna have to drink a potion? Nah, I'm about to level up. I leveled up twice, actually. Let's see if there's a respawn. If it's too far, I won't get it. I will check this room. Maybe the one on the right, but then that's it. Ah, there it is. Might have been another one, but it's gonna take too long if I go check all the way, so. Still no alterations. I'd like one alteration, so I can get a boost of XP next floor. Prevent, disable, plus blind. Excuse me. Oh, I've picked up only 2 strength the entire time. Heal again. Another 3 wound. Ugh. Getting pretty damn unlucky on the size of the floors though. Other than the last one. Level up. There. Oh yeah. Let's keep using them map ones until I get an alteration. Don't really have a reason not to. And I'm missing strength anyway, so. The only thing that sucks is that it makes, like, the only bad thing about using my affluence a lot now is that I have maximum flights. So I'm, like, more likely to pick up a flight and not being able to use it. But I think it's okay anyway. Crap. Nope. Let's safety. I saw at least 4 rooms. Pretty sure that's 5 rooms, just this guy looked like he came from the right. Yep. There we go. Strength. Would not need much to do this pull. Maybe drink a potion, but that's it. Yeah, I'll drink 1. Should be fine. When do I get this? 50. Okay, so I have it next set, but not this one. And I get my second AoE at 40, which I think would be, yeah, it will be next set too. Also, no, no alteration for the next set, because you cannot drop alterations on 19. Sorry about that. Man, next deep dungeon, freaking Paladin's gonna be so strong. I can't wait to play Paladin there. We're gonna get like these three things. Jesus. Like we're gonna have first the magic phase, right? But we have it in Evan already. But then we also have like 3 extra GCDs. Well, technically, no, 3 extra, right? So every magic phase, you're gonna be able to do 5 GCDs from a range, from far, 25 yards, and then you do 3 more from 25 too. Yeah. So that's 8 GCDs of like range DPS, which would be like 2.5 times 8. That would be 5 times 4. That would be 20. Probably like it's like 19 seconds of you don't even need to be in melee range every minute. That's nuts. So a third of your time on Paladin, you can just be kiting monsters around without losing, like basically only losing your auto attack damage. Gonna feel great. I kill this next respawn and then I go next floor. Also has strength. Well, now you give me a big floor on the very last one too. Sure, I'll use that. I don't need refresh still. I won't refresh. Oh, never mind. I found one. So I would have fortune there. Unfortunately, you cannot drop alterations on this floor, so I don't really want. Anyone in this room over there? Nope. Did not pick up a Lust. That boss would take me... I don't know, I don't really want to not lose the boss, but because if I don't find a loss for the next set and then I waste this one, I could get uncomfortable. Because next set is a little rough to speedrun sometimes. It's not like super rough, but it can be a little rough if you get big rooms. Okay, I think I kill the next respawn and then I just go and I should be fine without Lust. Kind of a low kill count floor again. That I mean, it's gonna be exactly 100. No, it's gonna be 101. Sorry. That's surely from Pokemon, right? Yeah, it is. Sounded very Pokemon to me. Wow. I don't know where the respawn is. Hopefully it's up there. Should be in this room, unless it was hidden. Yeah. Oh god, what is that song? I've heard this. I have to cheat. What is it? Oh, it's from this. It's from Final Fantasy. It's from this game, of course. I heard it. Into the Aether's Den. Okay, it's like when you're in Gridania. Like when you're in the, well, you know, with the guards. Alright, do I need to lost you? Doesn't look like I do. So if he's at 75%, looks like I'm fine. I'll see after the bees, actually. Yeah, no alteration. Such a little bit. That is how it is. One second. 1 second. I feel like the stream is lagging, at least on my like overview on the right. So I'm just making sure it's not, or like making sure if it is. Definitely looks like it's lagging a little bit. Well, it's not too bad, I think. All right, whatever. Let me just close my this, and then I'll open it again. All right. So. So this set sometimes is annoying, sometimes it's not. It really depends on if you get big light floors, though it's more of a problem on healer usually. On tank you're usually fine because you can afford to multiple everything. On healer this set is actually rough because it's like just before you get your AoE spells. Usually you get them at like 45. Well, you know, on tank I can just kind of disrespect the content and run around, so usually it's fine. I don't even need to worry about traps. If I'm worried, I just use a potion before I enter the room, and I'm not dying to a potion. I'm just not. Now these monsters though suck a little bit because they are so big that they push each other's. Well, I guess I'll stay there. Well, they crit me. Well, yeah, as you can see, the monsters are like really sturdy compared to before. Usually it's why if I'm able to, I get an alteration for this set and I use it right away. So I can get like a boost of XP to help me. Let's see. There it is. I was not doing Gunbreaker. Well, I was, but it died at 180 last week, I think. I think last weekend it died at 180, so rip. And whenever I'm doing runs, I never run the same job twice in a row, so now I'm doing Paladin instead. And honestly, after seeing how bad AoE is on Gunbreaker, I was like almost looking forward to trying Paladin again, because I was like, oh my god, like Paladin's AoE was so bad. Sorry, Gunbreaker's AoE was so bad. It was so bad that it made Paladin's AoE look strong. And I know Paladin's is bad AoE too. What the fuck was that for? Okay. Screenshot worthy, I would say. Yeah, you have like your OGCD. Plus the combo itself is more damage than Gunbreaker, like slightly more. Plus you have Clemency, you know, it's like oh my god, like Paladin for scoring is much more strong than Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker was like, it was rough to score. Let's just say it like that. It was rough to score on the lower floors. Let's see if there's a respawn. Honestly, I'm starting to miss Everon High a lot. I feel like I need a little Everon High vacation. But the thing is, I don't want to like get sidetracked too much, because I would really like to get the Omnicare before the next dungeon. I almost feel like it's better if I grind out POTD like a maniac, and then I go back to Everon High, you know, to reward myself at the end. So nice, nice 2 floors. 25 kills in 2 floors is pretty good. Looks like a good safety. Honestly, if that just blew up, I was a little, I was gonna be a little spooky. I'm glad it did not blow up. I'm gonna strength, I think. Yes, let's do it. Respawn's not there. Oh, I have the second part of AoE now. Nice. That's faster than light, right? That song? No, Super Meat Boy. Totally wrong. That's funny. The second part of my AoE does more damage than the first part of my single target. Interesting. Items unavailable. Okay, let's see if I'm gonna remove that. I lost my steel. Okay, it's only 3 rooms. Oh, that's a treasure room, I think, though. Yeah, treasure room. I can't do it in any pool, but I have plenty of time. I can tank this, no problem. Oh, lucky learn trap. What the hell? Alright. Just let me check for respawns. I'm pretty sure there's at least one. Yeah, there's one. Maybe two? Two, okay. Well, 17 monsters on the 3 room floor. Thank you, treasure room. Okay. Hey, I got cover. Oh, I have 3 fortunes. I should have used one there. And luckily I did not pick up an extra. Why don't I use one on this floor? It might be a 3 room. I think it's a 3. No, okay, never mind. I see at least 4. Oh, okay, it's not bad. Not bad actually. 5. Plus 1 ring. 3 centaurs. Okay, I think this is gonna be a witching pole because I'm losing my strength. When do I get clemency? 58. Okay. Excuse me. I don't need witching. I could definitely do this just by chugging potions. Do I want to chug potions still? I think I'd rather do like witching. Wow. Wow, I got no chest from all of that. Thank you, Fortune. That was 14 monsters. Wait for one more respawn. By the time I kill these guys, it's gonna be like 15 seconds away. Should be there. Yep. Man, that on mine is... That trap is so close to the key. That's pretty rare. I think you could trigger it from the key, actually. From the edge of it. That is nice. I'll use it now. If I wanted to keep it for the boss, I'd have to waste 4 minutes there. I don't think it's worth. Damn, 3 room. I'll just go now. Alright, let's have once, because this is the last floor where I can get an alteration before the next set. So let's try and see if we can get one. I still have 0 alterations this entire time. A little bit of unlucky. A bit of an unlucky streak. I'll fortune and sight or safety. I just want to see if it's like 3 loon. Nice, nice or entrap. Damn, I think that's 3 room again. No, OD, never mind. I'll safety then. I already hit wandering, so. Hey, I see 1 chest. That's better than last time I used fortune. Oh, I'm actually gonna spend like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 minutes on this floor. So I can kill like more monsters under that fortune. Then I'll go to the last. Oh, you respawn on the rock? What the hell? And you know what I've been doing all week? I've been playing freaking Blaze Blue like a madman with my friends. I was almost looking forward to the weekend because I was too tired after work to like do deep dungeon runs. And I was kind of looking forward to the weekend so I could do I could finally do a good run of PotD. Punching fish. Wait, aren't you supposed to fish the fishes? Punching them is something I've never heard. Triple triad. Is it? Is the triple? Because I know triple triad is from another FF game, like the one we have in this in Final Fantasy 14. Is it like the same? Like, are the rules the same? Finally have this. Oh, you get the hollow ground too at 50. Oh, it's the same, so it's like a 1-to-1 port of the entire game. That's pretty cool. Wow. I think I'll slide. Ooh. Okay, well. I mean, I won't. Look at the. look what the map looks like. I mean, I won't say anything, but it's kind of a peculiar shape. Oh my god. Also, when you play triple triad in the FF8, you lose your cards. Like, whoever lose its cards. Okay, so it. Oh, I see. Oh, there's a chest somewhere. Yeah. Sure, I'll steal. As much as I'd like to fortune, I I mean, that would be a good fortune floor because it's massive, but also I don't want to use it too much because none of these guys can drop alterations. That's a lot of monsters. I think I can do the entire floor. I mean, I have a low ground. There's no reason I could not. Is that alluring too? No, that's not. Damn, if that chest blew up, that would have been pretty sick. I actually cannot see anything. Oh my god. Can I like go in and do something? Okay. Probably kill like the next respawn and then I'm good to go. Pretty damn good set compared to the ones before. No one there? Nope. Maybe there's someone in the room at the tip, but I don't want to check. I might not even need to lust again. 230 sounds about what I need on with strength to kill the boss. There's a respawn. I'll just check like very briefly if it's there. No, it's too far. Nah, I'm pretty sure I need to lust actually. I don't think I would make it without lust. Yeah, I needed the lust, pretty sure. Looking at the time. Alright, next floor, which would be, that was 21, yes, so next one is 31. Oh shit. There's people. Okay.
Game music at its best 24 hours a day. You're listening to the RP Gamers Network Radio.
Oh, did the radio just do is like speech where he's like, welcome to RP Gamer? I did not even notice. It's such a good radio, man. I love it. Like, it plays bangers all day. It's kind of crazy. Oh man, I can't wait to have Clemency so I don't need to use potion. Big reason why I like Paladin. Like, I know people, they're like, oh, I don't like Paladin because like Clemency is a GCD heal. I'm like, oh my god, it's actually like it's a GCD heal, but you can use it a lot. So like okay, sure, you're killing the monster less fast, but also I'm not wasting potions, so you know, it's like a big win. It's just the raiding mentality, man. Like, I mean, yes, Clemency is like DPS loss because you're not using DPS cooldowns, but come on, it's such a sick skill. I would be actually very sad if they remove Clemency at some point. Or like, I would be very sad if they made Clemency like, you know, not the way it is anymore. Like if they made it, okay, so every time you use your magic combo, you can use one Clemency OGCD. You know, that'd be boring. I like having like meaningful cooldowns that make you lose DPS, but like they give you something else. What does that even do, by the way, Curse? I've never tried getting hit by this. Let's see. That doesn't even put a debuff, huh? I thought it would put like blind or something. I guess it does nothing. Ooh, bad start. Oh, there's actually 4. That's the bare minimum. That is the absolute minimum amount of monsters you can have on a floor. 4. Unless you fly. Kind of want to use. I need to use my stuff. I need to find the alterations. Still have not found a single one. That's kind of crazy. Hey, what's up, Ludar? How are you doing? You just arrive at the chill part of a run where it's at the beginning and there's really nothing going on. So it's just chatting with people. Okay, come on, I need to find alterations. At least like 2 for the next set. Oh, thanks for the follow, Perry. So you cleared PLD for the first time with people. That's nice. So you had been watching a lot of runners, but you had never like did a run yourself. Must have felt pretty good, like finally going in. Oh, nice rage. Put it out, rage. Rage just me be lazy, so I'm all for it. Well, I have 2 rages, so why the fuck not? I'm doing pretty good. I was pretty like tired the entire week, so I did not really go into deep dungeons. I played a shit ton of Blaze Blue instead. Now it's finally the weekend. I have a 3-day weekend. So I expect to be able to do this entire run this weekend. Best case scenario is I do like 1 to, I don't know, 1 to 1:30 today, and then tomorrow I do the rest. I don't know if that's what. We'll see. Depends when I get bored today, pretty much. Yeah, long weekend, 3-day weekend. I did not even know I had a Monday off until like my colleague mentioned it. I honestly would have woken up Monday and just worked if no one told me. I'm not good at keeping track of holidays and stuff like that. Hello, Perry. Thank you for the follow earlier, by the way. Oh man, completely unrelated, but I saw that Angelus, he was doing a no sustaining red mage run again, and he freaking DC'd. That looked soul crushing, because I think he's been trying to do this run for like 3 attempts now, and he DC'd on the 3rd attempt. It's like, oh my god. And give him a break. DCs suck, man. It's so bad, DCs. I really hope they find a way to like make this less annoying. Which honestly, the only way they would ever do that is if Solo Wayne became like very popular, and then people like demanded it. Then I think they would find a way around it. Until then, you know, it just sucks. All we can do is complain about it. Man, it's like small floors. I don't want to use steel and strength. Maybe I'll just witching this one so I don't have to chug potions. Yeah, I'll witching this. I could do it without witching, but I need to chug potions, so I don't want to drink potions. You're right, Perry, actually, and this is so the way I, because you know, like obviously the easy solution would just be, okay, when you DC it pauses the game, like, you know, like everything stops, timer stops, monster stops, and then once you come back it resumes. But I think that's clearly not possible because it's of the fact that we're like playing in an MMO. So I don't think they have any way to make it so your player character does not, you know, go away when you DC. I think that's like the big problem there. But like there's clearly some ways it could, I don't know, I feel like there's some ways it could improve it, but of course I don't work on their servers, so I don't know like the limitations. But I mean, because I actually tested it, I went into a trial alone. Let's say like I queued like, you know, Ifrit alone. I pulled Ifrit, and then I intentionally killed my game, like I closed my game. When I came back, I was still inside the instance, you know? Like I was not kicked out of the instance. I was reset at the beginning of the fight, which like leads me to think that I died. Or at least that they made it so it resets, but it did not kick me from the instance. Which is why I think they could do it, like they could improve it. Like clearly you would not want them to reset you at the instant, at like the beginning, because that would be would be very easy to cheat. But there's surely a way to make it so you don't exit the instance when you DC, you know. Now, at the very least, it should leave you there, and if you're fighting something, you die, you know. But at least there's a chance you could come back. But oh well. If enough people complain about it, I assume they would try and fix it. It's just there's not really like big enough of a community. Yeah, it does. I thought it would. I assume it would kick you from the trial if you were alone in DC, but no, it keeps you in there, surprisingly. And you know, you can actually kind of cheese, like the whole DCing stuff. I'll safety, I need to spend my resource on this set. What was I saying? Yeah, so you can DC in deep dungeons, right? And it like kicks you out. When you're in a group, it's different. So if you're like in a 4-man and you DC, it removes you from the, like you disappear, like because you're offline. It does not remove you from the group and kick you though. It keeps you in the group, and actually your entire team can still progress without you. Like they can kill the floors, go into the keys, go into the next floor, etc. So you can technically DC at the beginning of the set, come back like 58 minutes later once the boss is dead, and then you get like the credit for it. So you could actually get carried the entire way by doing that. Oh, finally strength. I'll use it. Also, I think I'm getting Clemency soon. 2 levels. Also, you think that if you, for example, you DC'd in a trial instance and then you came back and you're back in the instance, it actually created like another instance to put you into. That would make sense actually. That would explain why it's like not consistent with PotD and Edda High. Let's see if I can get a respawn. Oh, there's one there. It just works in weird ways. Now, we're seeing like a crazy amount of people trying solo now. Maybe like they would actually try and fix it with the next deep dungeon. Yeah, it would be nice. I would love a solution. Who knows? Maybe they'll try and implement something with the next League dungeon. Though I'm not too hopeful personally, but you never know. Oh, I got a fortune back and a sight too. Okay, 2 fortune. I definitely need to use one now. Oh, nice, lucky ring. You will only ever hear lucky ring in score runs. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Like, even if you're not going for score, sometimes you actually want a luring. But I think you rarely want to step on a luring random. Like, it's usually because you use a sight and then you want monsters to rage. But like randomly stepping on the luring trap and being like nice is mostly a score run thing, I think. Hey, Clemency, now I can stop wasting potions. Very nice. Floating chest. I have not switched my potion in a while. Probably now I would be at max. Wow, I think I'm actually at super. No, I'm at max. Point boosting traps. Yep, exactly. Wow, 0 alterations and 36 floors. Well, technically 26 floors. That's unlike. Kill count is like not even that bad. But I mean, 0 alterations is like a big deal. It's a lot of points lost. Do I rage this or the next? This looks like a pretty small floor. I'll bring these guys with me and see if I fortune. If I see 4 rooms, I'll probably fortune. Oh yeah, I'll fortune. Oh, rip. That sucks. Okay, there's one thing that I like about these kind of unlucky runs, though. It's that I feel like it relieves a lot of the pressure for me to clear. Because if I get very unlucky, not even very, like if I just get like, you know, below average luck on my score, I'm like, okay, well this run I don't feel too attached to this run. And then it relieves a lot of the pressure for me. Especially if it's a job I've never fared on. Which is like all of the jobs I'm doing. Like for example, my scholar run was one of the worst score at for 100 I've seen, but just by bad luck. And I cleared first try on this job just because there was like very little pressure to perform. I wanted to keep it for the boss, but I don't want to waste 2 minutes on this floor. Yep, exactly. Well, once you have your title, it's like very little pressure. And then, you know, if you're doing score run, it's kind of, when you don't have a good score, it's very low pressure too. Do I steal? I think I should steal. So let's fortune. I might also witching. I'll witching. I think I would be fine, but like I could get one boat into some weird, like, I don't know, like weird one-shot thing with all of the mounts around. So not like I need my commander so much anyway. Alright, did I get a single alteration of this? Oh, I did not. Wow, that's a 0 alteration. So I don't have an alteration next set, and next set cannot drop alterations, so that means I don't have a single alteration at least until 51. Oh well. I just really need to make it to 180 and practice 180. And hopefully get past it too. And this dot is so powerful. It's actually kind of crazy. Like 65 for 3 seconds. And it's gonna hit 6 times? 7 times. Oh, there's just... Maybe this is an alteration? Oh, but it's not bad though. Let me wait one more. So yeah, 7 times 65, that's like what, 195. That's like 400. I think that's like a little above 400. Just through the dot. I actually, to beat my Royal Authority, only needs to take 3 times. Yeah. If it takes 2 times, it's 10 less potency, and if it takes 3 times, it beats it. So that's 9 seconds. Like, as soon as you're fighting a monster for 9 seconds, it's worth it to use Growing Blade. Such a good dot. Hey, I have a rage for the last 4. I can be lazy. Goldfish memory. Do I sight? I'll sight. Maybe I'll get some luring traps. Oh, there's one, so ward. Hey, another luring trap. Yep. 2 luring traps, nice. Where the hell is the respawn? Did I miss it? Hey, that guy is kind of illegal there. He's not supposed to be in the corridor. Stay in your room. Rude. That's an illegal move there. Oh, report him? No, come on. I'm not that bad of a person. I just killed him instead. I should not have used the fight or flight. Should have kept it for the boss. Do I kill this guy before the whole thing? Maybe I do. I think I killed it before. Yeah. I think it's gonna die before. Or if it does not, then I just immune invul anyway, but outside it's gonna die. Alright, next floor. Still no alterations. Yuck. And not that good of a kill count too, because that set was pretty low. Hey, isn't that a streamer? Rin? Oh. What is this plate? I think he likes ultimates. Alright. Hey, rage. Good. And the only reason I remember that guy is because I was watching some what the hell was it called? Like the new ultimate, and I'm pretty sure I remember seeing his name in one of the groups. Alright, let's rage. I hit 2 landmines, I think. Sure. So what's nice about 41 to 50, actually like super nice, is the respawn is 2 minutes instead of 1. And that makes the set like so less annoying. Because then usually by the time you've killed the floor, you have to wait like, I don't know, like 15 to 30 seconds, and then you kill the next monster and you just go. Very like methodical. By the way, the reason I burn all of my F1s and Fortunes is obviously because since I keep saying this set does not drop alterations, it means that like if I use stuff like F1s and Fortune there, it's less value. So I burn all of them on the set before, if possible. A nice treasure room. I will safety. Heal. And strength too. I have 2 witch chains. I'm gonna have to drink a couple potions. I think it's fine. I could lust too. Oh, I could lust. I can't really lust actually. So something good with Paladin is I can just do this. You can invul and then lust. And yep. Kind of free. Hey, I got a drop. Oh, nice. Actually not, well, no, never mind. You get no points when you get a chest that goes up, so actually 0 benefit there. I think after this set, I'm gonna take a short break to eat something. Then I'll come back and I'll probably push like to 100. And probably even further than 100. We'll see. But definitely I need to eat something after this set, because I'm getting pretty hungry. Another lust. Nice. Yeah, you should. Food is good. Kind of need food to live. Well, you know, my character is supposed to look like a frog with the pink sheet, so you know, it's just becoming another kind of frog. I'm gonna drink a potion just in case I had a trap. Okay. Frog within a frog. Yep. See it like this is my normal frog form, and then when I get frog, it's like my chibi form. You know, like in anime. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Oh man, talking of frogs. I'm taking a screenshot. Alright, where is the bad guy? I know there's a respawn. Hey, what's up, Aurora? Oh, what the fuck? Really? I didn't know. Guess I'm never stepping on a luring again in my life. What the fuck? Where's the respawn? I think it's in the room across and I just did not see. Oh, it was it was a patrol. Hey, congrats on your Astro clear, man. I don't think I streamed since you cleared on Astro. That was kind of sick. Yeah, you only need Black Mage, right? There's no way in hell Black Mage takes you as long as Astro. Like, it's not even gonna be close. Oh, 3 sides. Luring. Don't mind if I do. Sorry, I lied. I'm gonna step on more traps. Good witch chain. Would be not a bad witch chain. There's 2 lurings. Okay, no, the ghost just use the thing. I should be fine. Well, do you know what that would be not a bad time for? It would be a good time for Lust. Because might as well burn my Lust. Well, you're saying I'm a better Black Mage than you, but have you ever seen me play Black Mage? I'm not even sure if you've ever seen me stream Black Mage. But I mean, you cleared on 17 other jobs. There's no way you don't clear Black Mage super fast compared to Astro. My profile. Oh yeah, my Twitch picture, right? Yeah, that is a Black Mage Lamb. That's my old Fanta, and it's a Black Mage Glamour. So you're right. But Black Mage is actually my main in PvE. Well, it sort of is my main. I play Summoner now, but like Black Mage is more my kind of stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would believe you. I've had a few close speedrun calls on 150, 160 too. I think I have a very close one on Summoner. But it's kind of like... I never try to speedrun that set, so it's... I rarely like make use of the fact that I'm going fast. Is that Zelda? Yeah, Zelda. 2 lurings, wow. Three lurings? Wow. Okay, pretty high value for not gonna lie. Okay, I'm doing witching there. I was actually pretty scared because so the ghost was screaming, right? Which scream is like a very long CC if it hits you. But I had paralysis on me, and if I got like 2 very quick paralysis, I could have got hit by this. So just a safety witching there. I would not want to die on this set. Still... okay, where's the respawn? There it's not. Might be there. Nope. It was kind of funny earlier. Someone was talking with me in my stream, and they said that the most... man, it's in the room. Wait, what? How did I not see this guy? Must be blind. Oh yeah, so there, I was chatting with a guy in my stream earlier, and he said the most unique thing about the way I play is that I zoom out and in all the time. I don't know if you guys think so too. It's definitely something I've talked briefly about it before, but it's definitely something I do like out of muscle memory. I don't really think about it. Because he said sometimes I'm really zoomed into my character, and he's scared because I don't see around me. Oh, Mimic. Because like right now, I was fighting this Mimic like that, right? I think most people, they just stay like at this kind of distance, but that's why I don't like it. Because I clip into all of the shit, you know? And every time I bump into a wall, it just, like, the camera goes really close. I just don't get used to it. Well, I prefer to like zoom in when I'm in close places. I feel like it gives me more control. Man, the ghosts are so annoying. They're annoying when coupled with paralysis, that's the thing. Like that. What was that? Oh, witching. Finally a big 4. Oh, nice. Another Mimic. I got 0 alterations, but I actually found a lot of Mimics, like, just naturally. But I mean, it's still, like, 0 alterations, so... it definitely does not make up for it. So yeah, that is the 6th mimic I kill. But it's like with 0 alterations. Hey, I get to be lazy. Nice. Also, something I do, but you guys don't see it. Something I do that I'm not sure if most people do. You know, there's a button to like auto run. I use that button a lot. I actually put it on T. Every time I'm moving and I don't expect to be doing anything for 3 seconds, I'm using the auto move. Like right now, for example, I'm not pressing W, I just press T to auto move. It's only when I'm actually fighting that I don't use auto move. Oh, you are too? Nice landmine. Oh, well, I guess we're not so different then. It's like the perfect lazy button. I'll go get the rage and pray that the respawn is there. The one that's about to spawn. There. Damn, Paladin feels good after playing Gunbreaker. Jesus. At least for AoE pulls. And just like doing the force. Gunbreaker, it was kind of crazy. I had to chug potions non-stop every pull. Sight or safety? Sight. Damn, 4 wounds. I just jammed. No, I got alluring. Never mind. No scam. Landmine, I don't need to use this. I could though, but I mean, I don't really need. Drugs that would play worse on stream compared to off camera? Not really. Like I think I play everything kind of like a little bit worse on stream, but there's nothing like there's not one job that jumps to my mind. Like there's not a job that I would play significantly worse, I think. Oh man, I was worried there that I did not actually invuln, but I did. What the hell? Oh, I lost my, that explains a lot. I did not even notice that I lost my steel there. Do I need witching these guys or am I fine? I think I'm fine. You know what? Fuck it. Let's witching. It's not like I'm gonna use the witchings for anything, so... I don't really get more nervous on stream. I just it's just there's a higher chance that I die because I'm paying attention to something related to the stream. It doesn't stress me more to do something on stream. So it's the same like kind of a stress points. So I get stressed on 180 and 190 pretty much. It's no different. I use this. Wow, time. I thought I had a lot of extra time, but I don't actually. Surprising. I'm pretty much on pace. There. Just keep getting mimics, but from checking the chest. Oh, talking of this, let's use this. I mean, it's good mimics, but I need alterations too. This is not enough. Do eye safety or sight? Maybe I don't need to use either of them. Let's see if how many rooms there are. Oh, I have a rage. That's free. No, I'm not get paralyzed. No. I hate that. When they regen on the same date as you hit them, and they don't die. I'm gonna develop the streamer skill to talk at the same time as playing. I think it's like it varies pretty wildly depending on people, because I know there's some people who struggle a lot with that and some people who don't struggle at all. Well, you know, practice makes perfect. Best way to practice is just to do it. I don't have time to wait for another respawn. So I just kill these two guys and I go. Pretty good kill count on this set. No but still like no alterations kind of offsets that. So. I don't even think I need to lose the boss. 4 minutes is like a lot of time. And you know I need the sun for that. So let's see, it needs to be at 75% before it hits 3 minutes left. Looks like it's fine. I should be fine. I can tank this. So that is 2 marts. I wonder 2 marts how much they're gonna hurt me. I have a steal though, so I mean it's impossible I steal me, but nah, that barely did damage. What the fuck? Wow, it's actually surprisingly close. But I have my tincture, so it should be fine. Could I refresh my dot there? Wow, that took pretty much 4 minutes. I'm kind of surprised. I did not think it would get like even close. I guess that's single target damage for you on Paladin. Let's burn 1. Alright, I'm pretty hungry, so I'm gonna take like a small break. Probably like, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe? Then I'm gonna keep going until at least 100. Preferably like 120, 130, something like that. That's what I would like. If I could just like do the entire thing tomorrow. Let's go in Limsa and put the idle camera. That's what I like to do when I take longer breaks. I'm gonna go eat something, yeah. So I'll see you guys in like what, I don't know, 10 minutes. I always forget where it is. Here it is. Alright, see you guys. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. That was good. What the hell? What is that smile? Alright, 1 second. That's weird. I did not know that the idle camera would like focus someone, but like keep turning the camera around them. I thought it only switched every couple. Oh come on, that timing was amazing. What the fuck? She stopped playing and it switched to a spectator clapping. What the hell? Okay. The damn technology, man. What is this? It's worth barely anything. Okay. Alright, back to the grind. Oh shit, it's gonna blow up in 30 seconds. Where do you even get that? Slime pole, do I have that? Huh. I do. I don't know where you get that. Cannot remember. Man, that's actually spooky when you run POTD a lot. I feel like it's gonna blow up in 30 seconds. Alright, let's go. Alright. Any other glam? I don't have any good, like, Paladin glam. I have this one. Where is it? I have a good tank glam. This one is good, it's like Dark Knight. This one's good, but it's like War, but I don't really have a Paladin glam war. Guess I can be the janitor. Hey, thanks to Dark for sticking around. Have a good one. We're going into the kind of the boring sets anyway. Alright, 51. Still a 0 alteration run. Hopefully that changes. Well, nice treasure room. Where's the gold chest, man? What the... Okay. Still the keys there, I saw it. But I think this is a one-way. Yeah. Probably strength plus steel plus fortune plus safety. Just make sure I don't die to a trap. Okay. Aren't these guys supposed to walk up to me? I guess not. Oh no, it's the ones later that do. These are actually super painful. Damn. Wow, I got everything back except the safety. Oh, never mind. I got the safety back. I got literally everything back. Alright, let's put back some music. Hey, alteration, the first one. This is a big moment. The first alteration of the run. Only took 51 floors. Oop. I was supposed to pull that guy too. There. Oh yeah, they also changed Clemency. Something I forgot about. They made it so Clemency no longer interrupts your combos on Paladin. This should make 180 also like way easier. Because now I don't really need like any kind of rotation. I should just be able to like 1, 2, 3 and Clemency on when I need it, and it should work out. Okay, definitely Fortune. Oh my god, I hate this set for the traps. That's a lot of patrols. Please don't trap. I have 3 sites. I might use a site if there's like more than 1 room left. I don't know. I think I should still keep it. So wait, does it interrupt? Wait, I mean not die first. Does it not interrupt my AoE combo too? I need to check this. Oh, that's an Age of Empire track. I recognize that. Very good track. I think it's from the 3rd one. You know, I'm about to make some enemies, but personally, I preferred Age of Empire 3 over Age of Empire 2. And I'm like old enough where like Age of Empire 2 I played a lot in my childhood too. I just think Age of Empire 3 was better in every way. I much preferred it. What is the chest that I did not check? I think that's a drop from a monster I killed. Of course, give me a sight. Should have sight. Well, let's see if I can find a luring trap real quick. There's a respawn anyway. No traps there. Okay, I don't think there's a luring. Alright, let's try and get some alterations so I can start using them. That'd be nice. And that's kind of crazy. Almost everyone is subbed to me because of Deraban, who gave 50 subs last time. Because I was just scrolling up my chat and I see the star everywhere. It's kind of nice that it actually gives subs to people who are not there when he gave them, because I wasn't sure how that worked. I don't Twitch enough to really know how that works. Strength. Wow, I'm getting a lot of useless momenters. Lots of intuitions and purities. Alright, gotta be careful getting a trap there. Oh yeah, let's see if that stops my AoE combo. So my AoE is up. Oh, it does not. So it works for both single and AoE. Nice. Pretty sure there's like 2 purities and 1 intuition pickup on the way. I really gotta find a way to rotate my pictures fast so I can rotate a picture that fits with the set I'm currently on. I have to get on that. Which means I should also like... Oh, nice alteration. I should also take more pictures. Make sure I have one of every set. I should side there. Is that a red alert? No. Oh my god, that's like the freaking 8th priority I find. Yeah, maybe if this clears, maybe I should upload this entire run, like 1 to 200. So I have at least one run on my VODs that is the entire team, scoring wise. Because that run right now, the run right now is pretty like it's like your average run, like nothing crazy is going on. Seems like a very honest run so far. Just kind of using my commanders as efficiently as I can. Nice, Lorraine. That was a Serenity, yes. Probably gonna witching this just so I don't have to blow potions too much. And because I have 3 witchings. Basically, whenever I have 3 witchings, I'm like very tempted to use one. Just for like to save potions. So definitely fortune there. Affluence is nice. Okay, I was starting to be worried, but I was pretty sure there was a respawn. I think there's even another one. Maybe not. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, let's go back. Nope, not in these 3 rooms. Not in this one. There. By the way, very good way to like optimize your time on Paladin. Just put all your dots and then run away, like run away and spam your shield lob. Well, when the monster is close enough, but it's like a good way to move while also doing okay damage. Hey, another F1, so I'll use it. I was gonna side, but this might be like a 3 rumor, so let's wait. Okay, never mind. So my still's up. Do I want to refresh it? Yeah, pretty sure. Well, I have a free one anyway. Unfortunately, I don't think there's alluring. I think the trap in the last room was not alluring too. Oh yeah, so the guys, the Soul Flayers, by the way, on this set, put a very powerful slow on you once you've been in combat for a while. Like, this is absolutely cursed. No one knows about that, almost, because this is only relevant if you like do big pulls on these swords, because you're never gonna see that if you 1v1. Rage. Damn, a jammer. Oh, there's a luring there. Nice. I'm glad I came back. I think that, yeah, that was the first room I explored before I decided to site. Okay. And every time I heard this song, I can only think of Bongo Cats because of the memes. I should have burned Serenities. Heal. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, the chest I left behind was a Serenity. I don't want it. No respawn. There it is. So yeah, these guys put disease on you after like 40 seconds in combat, which is a huge slow. So you just gotta keep that in mind. It is like a massive slow. In fact, the danger is that if you have that slow on you, you're probably not gonna be able to like escape the EWs of anything. So where's the mimic? There it is. I see a chest. Which color is it? Gold. Well, I wish I found that before. Witching, Serenity, I don't want to use that unless I find 3 more somehow. Nice kill count on this set. Not bad. Still, I'm gonna need a way luckier kill count makeup for the lack of alteration. Wow. 3 room to finish it off. Not good. Purity. Oh man, another clear and accomplishment. Man, it is insane. Last week, and maybe even last 2 weeks, people clear. Like I see what 3 to 4 new clears every week, every day in accomplishment. It's actually kind of insane. I don't know what happened, but it feels like everyone's doing deep dungeons right now. Do I have time to kill one more? I don't know. I mean, I probably do, but whatever, like... Let me see like how much time it takes me to kill the boss without lust. I'm kind of curious. Exactly 4 minutes full time. This is a very intense song for a very not intense fight. Kind of not fitting, but oh well. In fact, this fight is so silly, I can just stand there the entire time. And I don't even think I'll need to drink a potion. Oh yeah, wow, it takes me around 4 minutes. Without less, it's more like 3:30 maybe. But still. Actually, I refreshed my dot there. So yeah, 330, okay. 330 without spray. Without loss, sorry. Might as well write it down since I took the time to check for once. Where is my document? Wait, 1 second. That was POTD. POTD. Paladin POTD. Did I have anything written? Yes, I did. So that was 60. Took 6. No, sorry. 330. With full strength. Okay. I have my kill times written for 150 to 190, which is gonna be nice. Gonna help a lot. So for reference, 150 on Paladin. Well, 150 is not a good example. Let me take another one. Okay, 170 on Paladin takes 830 with 1 strength, 1 loss. On Gunbreaker, it takes 745 with strength lost. It's surprisingly close, honestly. So it's like basically a difference of 1 minute in a fight of like 8 minutes. Very not that different. Alright, let's go. Hey, raising. I like that. Oh, there were 2 chests there. I only saw 1. What was that? I did not check, right? Yeah, I did not. Come on, give me massive floors. I need big floors. We need a lot of luck to make up for the lack of alteration. We also have had no rare monsters and we have a low chest count. Hey, I'm a toad. So normally I would run in a straight line, right? I would just keep going. The only thing is that if I actually hit a landmine in that room while I'm in the toad, then I could die. Like, I'm fine as long as I don't hit a landmine, but you know, there's a risk that I hit one. So now it's fine. Oh, would you look at that? Exactly what I said. If I had that while I was Toad, then I was probably going to die. Could have fortune too. Too late though. But yeah, I'm gonna use an alteration. It's gonna get me more chests. Maybe I'll be lucky. I don't know. Because I'm gonna blow my fortunes anyway. Probably gonna safety. Yeah. That is Skyrim, right? No way this is not Skyrim. Oh, it's Final Fantasy? What the hell? Final Fantasy 13, okay. Wow, that sounded Skyrim as hell. Mimics. Oh, I have a witching. I forgot, right? Yes, I. Oh. Pretty sure that is another fortune. Let's just burn. Hey, a mimic. My god, this is loud. I have to remember to burn that Serenity too when I make it to the key. There's 2 respawns. Warning. Thanks for the heads up. I'm putting on my army helmet. Gonna lock myself up with gun in my hand. They won't be taking my food over my dead corpse. All right. Let's go. Let me just check if there's a respawn real quick. Alright, it respawns. Oh no, it's a raid from Chilla. that no one came in my chat before to tell me about, so I would be warned. Hey, what's up, Chella and everyone that came with her? Oh, there's a respawn. So if you guys are coming over from Chella, I assume you know what I'm doing. I'm doing deep dungeons, which is like you play MMO, right? But then you do solo content in it. Who was it? No, this is secret. I cannot tell you my secret informator. Well, yeah, right now I'm just like I'm still in the chill part of the run, the beginning, which is mostly just run around on cruise control and chat with the chat. Hello, Frostman. So what were you doing, Shella? Were you doing some deep dungeons too? Nice safety. Some chill potsherd farming. Damn, I wish that were me. Hey, the lower floors are like, sometimes I don't stream them at all, sometimes I do, but it's like, it's basically a just chatting stream now. There's nothing going on. For at least 16 more. After that, it starts picking up. And I was actually talking about that earlier, because you said it's fun to see the earlier floors. I'm like, because you know I upload my VODs on YouTube, and I'm like, I think that'd be a good thing if I had one VOD where I do like the 1 to 200, like the entire thing, right? So that if someone, they want to see a score run from the beginning when there's like something. Because usually I only upload starting from like 140. So at least even one could be nice. I'll just invuln there. But I have to chug potions non-stop. Yeah, it's not that I forget, honestly. It's because I need to like split them together, and I have zero knowledge of any like editing software for that. It's probably not hard. Wow, I used Fortune and I got 0 chests. Fortune is not a real commander's, remember? Oh, thanks for the follow, Yabby. Yabby, is that you know, the VTubers, like the Japanese ones? There's the one that's like a wolf. Does she always say Yabby, or is it like Yubi? I forgot. Thanks for the follow, Frostman too. No, I think she says Yubi because it's like fingers or something. I don't know. Hey, another follow. Absolute paradox, thank you. I think I'm getting close to 1,000 follows on my account. Though it's kind of cheating because this used to be an account I stream other things on. So I brought a lot of these followers. Like well, I mean when I decided to start streaming Deep Dungeon, it kind of like, you know, grandfathered them into my stream, so. Probably a lot of them just check the stream now and they're like, wait, that's not League of Legends. I used to stream League of Legends like way back, like wow, over 10 years ago, I think. Been a while, man. I used to stream and play competitive in season 2 and 3. That's, I don't even know when that was. That's like super far in my head. Yeah, I used to stream League and following MSC. Is that like a League thing in the, like a new thing in League? Because I have not followed League in like past 10 years, honestly. I don't even know the new champions or anything. I don't play at all. I only play sometimes when they have like the fun modes, like Earth. But even then, very rarely. Arcane is like the new... I think it's a new movie or show, but it's like League of Legends characters, right? Something like that. I've heard of that. I've not seen it though. Yeah, I don't watch competitive at all, surprisingly. I'm more of a... I like to play games. I don't like to watch them most of the time. It's alright, Chilla. I'll take care of the kids. You can go to sleep. I'll bring them to like a McDonald's and they can play in the, you know, the pipes and everything. Bad kids, whoa. No, we have food at home. Okay, but let's be real, man. A Big Mac is really good. Unironically, I love eating a Big Mac. I just don't eat it often, but you know. Sometimes you just kind of lazy and you're like, man, I want a Big Mac over anything right now, and you just go order a Big Mac. And it feels great for like 10 minutes. You keep asking you to leave the ball pit? Wow, that's kind of rude. What is this? A 12 Big Macs? Whoa, whoa. We all have our sins, but that's not a sin of mine. Never had a Big Mac? Well, it's McDonald's, right? It's like it tastes like salt, but it tastes like good salt. Usually when I go to McDonald's, I ask for one Big Mac and that's it. Like no fries, no drink, just like one single Big Mac. The most basic it can be. What do you mean restrain? If I 2 Big Macs, I would probably explode. Like, even a single one kind of fills me up. Brain Vuln stacks. Market board PvP, man. I used to play that a lot, though I got bored of it now. Once I realized I made like most of my money from deep dungeons, I just stopped doing like anything market board related. Other than selling, well, I sell my stuff from deep dungeons, but I don't competitively sell it. I just quit it and it sells. Hey, I've done that. I've done that because I don't like red meat too much. I like some red meat, like I like hamburger patties and stuff like that, but I don't really like steaks, and stuff like that. So whenever I've had to go to like fancy places with my friends, steak houses, I'm like, okay, I'll take your salad with like your salad, because there's nothing else I want to eat. Forgive me. Usually it's like you're with friends, right? And then they decide they want to go eat somewhere, but you don't really want to go eat there, but you still want to hang out with them. And like, but the majority vote beats you, right? Because you're alone. You're the only guy who doesn't like to eat big, fat, blood meat. And then you kind of have to go. So I'm gunning for floor 100. I would like to go beyond that so I can do the run. I can finish the run tomorrow. So it's at least floor 100, but I would like to stop at around like 130 or 140 if possible. I'll see like when I get bored, but at the bare minimum it's floor 100, guaranteed. Unless I have a heart attack or my house blows up or something. Then definitely a laziness witching there. I could have totally just held ground, but whatever. Hey, you never know. I could drop dead in 5 seconds from a brain aneurysm. 4, 3, 2. Okay, now I won't count down to 1. That's kind of inviting bad fate there. Thanks for the follow. Okay, wait, that's hard. That's like a tongue twister. Thanks for the follow. There, I did it. Where are the lurings, man? Okay, the respawn is if it's in the spawn room, that sucks. But whatever. I don't want to waste too much time running around. Hey, thanks, Zerban. Have a good night. Oh yeah, they do that sometimes too where I live. But usually it's when there's like something very nasty coming up. Though we don't really get tornadoes where I live, we just get like very strong winds. Let's see if the respawns in this one of these two rooms. It's not too bad. Let's go. By the way, for the run itself, how it's going, pretty shit luck, not gonna lie. I got 0 alterations until 451. And now I only had 2 alterations still. So I got no rare monsters. I got a pretty low amount of chests. The only thing that's like above average is the kill count. But it's not enough. We're gonna need some big luck to make up for that. But like I always say, I don't care really. Like if I get bad score, well, I don't know, quote unquote bad scores in PotD, because my goal is 3.2 million at least, and you can reach that with like any amount of luck as long as you play well. So it's just like whatever, you know. Like if I get good luck, I'll get a better score. If I don't, I'll get a worse score. But it'll always be above 3.2 million, which is my goal. And also, like, PotD scoring is not really competitive compared to Edda High. Like, there's not a lot of people doing score runs. Especially if you, like, split it by data center. Like, on Ether alone... Who does score runs on Ether, man? Like, let me check. Like, if I go check on the Path of the Day rankings... Like, who outside of me does score? I know Zeren does, but he's, like, in Edda High right now. So yeah, I see Zeren on Warrior, on Dark Knight too, but these are like very old scores. I'll wait for one respawn. Yeah, there's like I'm the only one that's doing score runs in the Ether. Or no, there's Pinned. Pinned does some. He has one on Ninja. It's kind of old though. Angelus has a score on Reaper, a nice score too. But there's not really any dedicated score runners. There's Pinned again. Oh, there's Alinity's Cat. I remember. Yes, I remember that. I think he's a guy who did a score run on Machinist. He had like a really nice... It was his first really nice score. Because I remember seeing it on Reddit actually. I think he posted it on Reddit. Nope. Chest. Steel. Wait, there's no score runners of POTD on JP? Really? If that's what you mean, that sounds very surprising, because that's where I would expect most of them to be. I should well, that fortune is weird, because that fortune is not gonna get me any alterations, but I mean I had 3, so I kinda had to use 1. Well, okay, let's try. I know there's a lot of runners on JP, but maybe you're right, and there's not really any like dedicated score runners. Sorry, for POTD. It's kind of funny actually. I keep getting followed with by JP runners on my Twitter. Like it's kind of funny because I'm sure like neither them or me understand each other, but it's just funny. Like they post things in Japanese, but I see like a screenshot of POTD, and I'm like, I like that, even though I don't really know what they meant, but you know. Ooh, that's a big 4. Yeah, they're score runners, right? I thought so too. Oh, there's a room. My god, this is a massive 4. And there's a luring too? Oh my god, this is gonna be a massive hole. I need to witching this. It takes so long for my AoE to do its damage that by the time it's over, I already did the other one. Like you can see like it keeps sparking them one by one. That's why. Okay, Serenity, Strength. I don't actually have too much time to mess around there. I just check the chest and go, I think. Is this Mega Man music? Let me tell you. Yes, it is Mega Man H6. Oh my god, that's what just Strength. Yeah, Mega Man X6. Blizzard Wolfang stage. Just cat jam to the radio. Which, by the way, this is what I'm using to play music. It's like radio. You know, it's funny. I was like always a PC gamer, even when I was a kid. So my childhood was like Doom, Wolfenstein, Warcraft 3, Age of Empire, stuff like that. I had a Super Nintendo, but I was mostly interested in PC. Unreal Tournament too. RuneScape, of course. The Dofus. Wakfu. Lots of MMOs actually. I'm tempted to say World of Warcraft was also part of my childhood, but I was more of a thing that I played when I was like a late teenager, not really when I was like a kid. Oh man, my Paladin rotation is all messed up. Wildstar? I tried that game when it came out, because I think it was free to play when it came out, or maybe not, I don't remember, but I played it when it came out. I played like a week, but I got bored really fast. But it's not surprising because I think that that game was like heavily tailored for people into raiding, and I don't like raiding, so. Because I think the big thing about Wildstar was like we have the best raids, like we have the most difficult raids. The MMO I played the most, well, now it's Final Fantasy, but the one I played the most before that was actually RuneScape 3. I RuneScape after they did the Evolution of Combat. MMO Toho raid. Hey, you know I'm actually a Toho player. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, so Wildstar was like very tailored to hardcore players, and then a lot of the players realized they're not as hardcore as I thought they were. I think that's a good example of, I mean, sure, you have to listen to the players, but you also don't have to, like, you should not listen too much to the players. People don't know what they like, they don't know what they want. Oh well, I mean, I don't develop an MMO. I'm sure this is way harder to figure out when you're actually developing an MMO. Because then you want to please the players, but then, you know, you can't bend down to every demand. Alright, last easy floor. This is, so we are on 71? Yes? Yes, 71. Hey, there's a guy. Oops. Alright, let's go. Wait, let's check his adventure plate. That's cool. Wow, rage. I can be lazy for the floor. Yes, that's nice. Yeah, that was a Link cosplay. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because the plate had like a very glowy, like very like the weapon was super big and glowing, like in every way. Kind of made sense with the Link glamour. Come on, hit the beer. There. Wow, did I really get 2 monsters per room? Wow, that sucks. Man, I'm telling you, the first time I ran Paladin, I was like, man, this job is slow, everything's slow. After doing Gunbreaker last time, now I feel like a god on this job. Well, I don't feel like a god, but I feel like this job feels so good. Like, because, like, sure, if you compare it to like Machinist, it's like sucks, quote unquote. But if you compare it to Gunbreaker, it's like, oh my god, I'm doing so much AoE damage. It's a very big difference in my head. Because I remember doing these floors on Gunbreaker, and I pulled the entire floor, and I had to drink potions non-stop, and even then, my health would get pretty spooky. On Paladin, it's just kind of whatever. Okay, we have all the rezos. This bird, if you do AoE pulls, he can be like a little scary. It's worth your time to just kill him alone. Because he does that jump when he's low, which stuns you. It's like a big 4. Makes me want to... I was trying at very least. Kind of want to safety, not too much. Yeah, this thing, this stun. You've come back to me frogging again, yep. It never stops. Welcome back. It's just frogs all day. I want to go, but like... This guy is risky. I've never died to an Enzu on this set, but... Like if there's even like a 5% chance I hit a... Like, you know, like for example this landmine that I just hit. You know, what if I hit that landmine and he jumped on me at the same time, right? And I died. Like, it's unlikely, but it could happen. So you're like, okay, so there's 5% chance I die if I do this, which doesn't sound bad. But then if you do that 5% chance 20 times, then suddenly, you know, it's getting like way more likely it's gonna happen. You're gonna take as little risk as possible, unless you like wasting your time. I mean, I like wasting my time, so because I'm doing PotD like every freaking day, but I don't like wasting my time that much. This is like clunky. I have to backtrack to loot all the chests. It's gonna be a weird floor. I like the janitor outfit on Paladin. I think this is the outfit I'm gonna keep for the entire run. Gonna clean up this place. Really good. It's just hard. I don't know, like... I don't know which kind of... Because I'd like a natural Paladin glamour, but it's really hard to fit with the theme of my character, so I'm not sure like how to really approach it. Because this is not really a character that I think looks good in full armor. It doesn't really make sense. It needs more of a... kind of a tribal look, but then... tribal weapons and shields? I can't think of much. The best I can think is like some kind of wooden club, and then you use the invisible shield for the offense. I think if I did a Paladin glamour, it would be something like that. Also, my glamour dresser is full. Always full, which means I don't really want to make new glamours. I think they're supposed to upgrade it to 800 slots on the next major patch, if I remember right. That's gonna be amazing. Like Jesus, gonna do glamour streams. Oh, I see a nameplate there. Yeah. Is that 3 room? I'll still fortune even if it's 3, but it's not. That's a lot of dull mills. What the hell? Let's see if there's a respawn there. No, there's not. There it is. I'm gonna witch chain there. I have 3 witch chains, but it's mostly because I don't want to deal with the Enzu, so... do I have VODs on YouTube? Oh yeah, I have a lot of VODs on YouTube. There's a command to like that links my YouTube. Now, what is a command is a good question. I think it's like !DD YouTube. But yeah, I have a lot of VODs of Pass of the Dead and Evil High. I also have some VODs of Toho Project, if you like that. I think it's this. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, my YouTube account has had another name before, and even though I changed the name on Google, I think it keeps like the old name for the URL, so it's hard to look up. That should be the right link though. This should be my YouTube account. Hey, fortune. Still only 2 alterations and 74 floors. Jesus. Really not getting lucky on that front. I'll do the weeple there. Light lust. You know, I'd say that one of my goals is to clear on every job, right? But also one something I would love is that I would love to have one VOD of every job on my YouTube. Unfortunately, I did not stream every job I did, so there's some I would need to re-clear, which is fine. But fortunately, I stream my Astro run in ML High, so I don't have to run Astro ever again. Thanks Lord. Like this, I would not even consider it if I had to run Astro again, but I have actually recorded it. Thank God. Yeah, I'm so glad I did. Man, that Astro run in Heaven and High was it was rough. Like Jesus, I remember that I had like, I think I cleared with 40 seconds left, and I had to do like a very spicy landmine play to make it at the end. It was awful. Never again. I mean, I'll have to do it in PTD, but at least in Heaven and High, I'm safe. Yeah, wait till you see PTD. So I know PTD Astro is gonna be rough, very hard. At least, at the very least, also nice alteration finally. At the very least, with Astro and PTD, I don't have to deal with Earthly Star and the RNG card, like the AoE card, Lord of the Crown. So yeah, I think it's gonna be harder to deal with well, just like the content, but at least I don't have to worry about freaking Earthly Star being so big that it pulls everything, and oh my god, that's so annoying. Treasure room. I kind of want to safety and bring the monsters there. Any tips in Evan on High for timing now in the 80s and 90s? Well, let's I mean, be assured that this is like the most common problem people have when running Evan on High on tank. And like really, it's hard to give specific advice because it's not like I can tell you, oh, you just have to use this commander when this happens, because it's really like on the case by case basis. I would say the most helpful thing you can do, well, not the most helpful thing you can do, but the most helpful way I can do something for you is if you go on my YouTube. I have a VOD that's a warrior run in Evan on High, and it's called like the no chest challenge run or something like that. It's a run during which I did not pick up a single chest starting from like 50, like 450 all the way to the end, and that cleared. Like if you want to see how to optimize your time on tank, this is the VOD to watch. Because basically on this VOD I cleared with maximum commander starting from 71 without picking up like anything. And like the clear was like surprisingly comfy. It was not even that lucky, but you know, I remember I got some pretty high kill keys at the end. Oh, I got another operation. Nice, finally. Can't slide this game's not hard enough. I mean, it's rough. It's just well, let's be real. Like, so I like solo content, right? I don't really enjoy team content too much. So like, when you remove, so take this game and remove everything that's like raids, what do you have left to do that is challenging? There's not a lot of content. So kind of natural that I gravitated to deep dungeons, soloing them, because that is like, I'm tempted to say this is almost the only difficult content solo. Like it's either you do this or you speedrun dungeons. I can't think of much else. The boss duels are hard. I did them and they were hard, but it was over in like a week, right? I spent a week doing the boss duels and I got them all. And then I was like, okay, well, what do I do now? Yeah, Criterion. I don't know what's gonna go. I'm still not sure what is their goal with it. I don't know if they want it to be something that is super easy. Like, I don't know if they want it to be harder when you're in a group or harder when you're alone. I don't know their mindset for that. Another treasure room, man. But I keep like using my resource, but I kind of have to. The next set is gonna be rough since I keep using stuff. Okay, there's a mimic there. So I'm gonna invuln Lorraine. That's Lorraine? Yes. Okay, well, let me see what I do. So I'm gonna probably pox. Oh, I got the Corrigan. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Whew, that was a rough pull. It kind of worked out though. Only cost me one lust, so. Another fly. I keep picking up flight. Steel is good. No, I need to backtrack and well, no, I don't need to actually. I looted everything. Wait, this Serenity, Strength. I'll use Strength. Not sure that's a respawn. Oh, that's the respawn. Oh, you're talking about the trust stuff, Yabi? I also wish it was implemented when I leveled up initially. Yeah, the trust stuff is nice. I actually, when I did the Endwalker MSQ, I did everything I could do with trust. I did them with trust. It was very comfy. Terrain, Serenity. I think that was something not good. Yes, flight. Okay. So let's Purity plus Affluence. Yeah, you're still ran out mid-pull. Yeah, that happens all the damn time, man. You're like doing a big pull, and then suddenly you're like, wait, oh my god, everything's killing me. What's happening? And then you realize you're still ran out. Okay, I need to not safety and sight anymore. As like tempting as it is, I need them for the next set. Wow, this. Okay, I'm starting to feel this little struggle of time there, because I need to do big pulls, but I kind of need to risk the traps now. I don't have a choice. Also, I should use this. Oh yeah. Oh, raising. That's actually nice. Come on. Gotta make it less spooky. Oh god, that's a big floor. Alteration, very nice. I have to risk the traps. I can't sight and safety more. I need to keep these sights and safeties for the next set. Because the next set is gonna be rough. But I can witch chain, it's fine. I just need to not hit a toad like now, you know? That's a Warcraft song, pretty sure. That's the title screen music, isn't it? Okay, the sights are coming. I got some alterations too. Things are looking better than they were. Still no rare monster and still like kind of a low amount of alterations. But maybe it's gonna pick up. So let's alteration now. Huh, you're correct. I'm not sure if I'm at that floor quite yet. So let's side this now that I have 3. Wow, it's better if I go this way first. The mix? Yep. He's a huge guardian. Okay, but the important question is it going... Are you going to one-shot the giant guardian when you, like, hit it? Okay, Pommanders are looking pretty good now. I was getting still spooked for the next set because my sights and safeties were at 1, but now it's looking much better. Oh my god, I keep getting mimics. That's good, actually. Come on. I want to pull the guy, but I don't have anything to. Okay. Holy Circle is what is the AoE, right? Yeah. Well, I wish you had that in Level High and POTD, but POTD does not even have the single target damage magic stuff, so. I actually have a comment for that. I think it's this. Maybe it's this. I have a comment for it that tells which jobs I have left. I don't remember the comment. Oops. It's probably at the bottom of my stream in the about section. But I'm missing basically. I'm missing on the top of my head. I'm missing Paladin, Gunbreaker, White Mage, Astro, Monk. Bard, Dancer. Ah, yeah, there it is. I forgot to update it. Scholar should be there too. Yeah, it's only missing Scholar, but that's the list of what I've cleared. Oh my god, he's gonna put the thing on me because I can't go interrupt. That's fine. I still have a couple of easy jobs. I did not do the same mistake I did in Heaven on High. In Heaven on High, the mistake I did is I did everything easy first, and then I suffered through like the rest. Now this time I was a little smarter about it. I kept some easy jobs. For example, White Mage. I kept White Mage. I kept what did I keep that's easy? There's White Mage, right? There's another obvious one. I don't remember what it is. Let me see if there's a respawn, by the way. I don't see it. Man, I think White Mage is freaking strong. Like, even on Heaven on High, I felt White Mage was very good. And I feel like it's very good in POTD too. I'm actually like 0% stressed about White Mage. Oh, yeah, of course. I kept Dark Knight too as an easy job. So I have Dark Knight, White Mages are like pretty easy. So I kept both of them for when I get demotivated. Oh, I did it in well, I did some attempts of it in Shadowbringer. In POTD, I got to 199 on my first try on the White Mage. That was in Shadowbringer. And honestly, I was like, wow, that's strong. Like, my first eater ever, and I made it to 199. And it was like a pretty damn good score too. After that run, I was like, wow, I think White Mage is actually pretty good. Because, yeah, sure, you do low damage, but like you do low damage on White Mage compared to DPS jobs, but you don't have to worry about no item floors. You don't have to worry about like a lot of stuff. So like you can actually use your Serenities to gain time. That you don't need to keep your Serenities for no item floors. I can't see shit there. Well, Dark Knight was like a nightmare until they changed Living Dead, and apparently now it's free on 180. So because it's 3 on 180, it's like, you know, it's like Warrior in my head. Should be about the same difficulty, and Warrior was very good. Like on my Warrior attempt, I made it to 191 with 0 resolutions, and I still cleared like pretty good. Like I still cleared pretty comfortable. I'm pretty sure I spent a lot of extra time killing monsters, so. All right. Lots of kills on this set. 123 is pretty good. Usually you would expect around 100 on average there. Let's burn 1 intuition. I will not burn a certainty because I might actually need them. All right. Now I turn off the music because I need the in-game music to focus. Sorry. So this is where it's gonna be rough. Well, rough. It's not like rough, but it's not as I can't just put on cruise control and the gameplay itself. I need to actually pay attention a little bit. This set is usually harder on tank. Usually this set is harder than the next one on tank to speedrun. Because there's a lot of very annoying monsters. Well, side is a strong opener. Ah, that's a nice layout because there's a lot of monsters, but it's kind of an ugly layout for like navigating. So I need to kill these bums first. I'm gonna raising there too, by the way. I like to raising this set or the next one or both because they're very like high points of failure. You know, Trupo, I know the enrage and I respect their enrage. I don't actually know like what the enrage looks like. I've never seen one enrage. Oh, nice, we're on. By the way, you cannot witching these guys there. I showed it up. They're immune for some reason. So yeah, I've never seen the bombs enrage. I don't know what their enrage is like. I don't know if it's like instant or it has a cast, if you can LOS. I don't know if it's a one-shot on tank or if it's just like high damage. Self-destruct, it's an instant. Okay, so it's instant. Does it one-shot? Does I code it be a one-shot? Wall and beauty are fake. True. Alright, gotta hurry up. Ah man, lots of bombs and dragons. Oh, nice though, still. Yeah, I got used to like respecting enrages. I don't try to like cheese them by running far, or I just kind of kill the monsters like one by one, and it's slower, right? But I just use more commanders to make up for it. I feel safer doing it like that. There were a lot of bombs on this floor though. Jesus. Also, these dragons have like a significant amount of HP compared to the other monsters. That's something else to keep in mind. All right, let's go. I don't have time to mess with the respawn times. I might not really have time to. So I mean, if it respawns in my face, good. But if it does not, then that's just how it is. I'm already like a minute behind on this floor. Though it's fine if I have to rage a lot there. Right, let's see. So Serenity, I could use it. Alteration is good. I don't want to deal with traps, so let's sight. That's if there's no bombs this way, this is a good layout. Hey, Raising's back. There's one. I will kill it first. Oh, I have a rage, man. I guess I'll use a rage and go back. I can't really... if I use a rage to kill all the way to the right, and then I came back all the way to the left, that would be a massive loss of time. So, just use it there. The Garms have very high HP too, compared to the other monsters. Just trying to dot him and run with him. That's a respawn, I think. This set is rough on tanking. Always gives me a lot of trouble. Oh, nice witching. Okay, perfect. So I can witching this. Right, make sure I don't miss the bombs. Okay, they're there. Pretty good now. Free rage on the wrong side, yeah. And that's why I like to keep my rages at 2 as quickly as possible. Even when I make it to like the very high floors, I try to keep at 2. Alright, let's go. I don't have time to mess with the respawns. Actually, don't be a mimic, please. Still nice. Wow, I don't know. I think I'll use an alteration. Because if it's mimics that replace bombs, it's good. So I'll use one. Wow, I'm like almost guaranteed to rage this. It's one of these backtrack floors. Oh my god, it's 3 room, man. Really? I can't rage this. Can't believe I sighted a 3 room. Whatever, I think I'll just eat the... I'll deal with the pucks. I'll remove it after. Could also reso this floor. It would make the AoE pull faster. Luring? No, not luring. There's only 4 monsters. Oh, there's 5. Well, that floor sucked, but it was small enough that I gained time, so because I did it really fast, so. Serenity, too late. Alright, let's remove this. Hey, nice respawn. I kind of need to refresh this. Alright, give me an excuse to rage. Like that's, I want a floor that's bait with like really bad buffs, so I have an excuse to rage. Because I wanted to rage this one, but like 3 runes, that's not enough. Well, it's not gonna be this one either. And the game even gives me a free serenity just to taunt me. Oh my god, are you kidding me? It gives me a rage. Wow, that cocky game, man. Give me a serenity and a rage. It's like, oh bro, you want to rage? There you go. There's a starter kit to rage. At least I have a witch chain, I can just do any weak pull there. Worm has nothing bad there. Okay, let's just pull. Yeah, it gave me a serenity, but if I use a serenity there plus a rage, I would actually lose 900 points because I get rid of the debuffs. Hey, Lust is nice though. Well, I mean, I got 2 pretty unlucky floors, but like the monster count, but at least it made it faster. But I mean, it's kind of a, I'm just groping right now. I want big floors even if they're harder. There's a respawn. I'll just check real quick if it's there. Nope. Nope. Not there. That was the witch thing I used, yes. Alright, let's go. Yeah, so if you finish a floor with buff or debuffs, each one is worth 500 points. So right now I had 2, which means I got like plus 1000 points after leaving this floor. If I had used a Serenity, I would not have gotten these points. So if I use a Serenity, I would have lost 900. Well, I would have not gained the 1000. I would have gotten 100 from opening the chest, but then I would have lost 900. I would have lost 1000 from losing the 2 debuffs, the 2 buffs, which means I would be at a 900 loss, pretty much. Okay, these scorpions suck. These are the guys that make it hard to speed on tank. You can kind of like avoid it, but you need to time it so you're behind a wall when it sucks you in. Very annoying. Luckily I have a witching, so... I don't have a good reason to use my fortune, but I think I still gonna use one. I kinda need to burn them before 100. I see a chest. Okay, side's good. Wow, 3 chests. Damn. Witching strength. Strength is good still. I need to burn one witching because I remember there's a witching somewhere. Oh, you're gonna burn it first. The monster I see. Too late. I think there's 2 respawns. There's one there. Hopefully the other one's there too. Nope, only this one. So, scoring, like it's kind of the same concept in Even on High, but in PotD it's rough. Like I'm telling you, scoring in PotD is very draining. Like you only relax. The only relaxing sets are like from 1 to 80. That's it. Like that's. And I would say 150 to 170 is also kind of relaxed. But other than that, you're constantly like on high alert, trying to optimize everything. It's very draining. You definitely have, for PotD, you have to know the monsters by heart. Like it's very important. Because you need to be able to know what you're pulling. And what you're not pulling in AoE. No, worms that don't enrage there. Thank God they don't. It would be very annoying otherwise. The annoying monsters on this set are the claws. These guys, because they suck you in very like fast. Very what's the word? They do it like over and over. And you cannot not back immunity. And the other annoying monster is the bomb, because the bomb just enrages. Was that an intuition? Yes, it was. The dragons are also kind of annoying because they're fat. Like their hitbox are very fat. Plus they have a lot of HP, so they tend to push the monsters away from each other's. So they actually, when I have a lot of dragons like that in my pool, I witching because it's too hard to like get everything bunched up together. So I'm gonna witching there. And you're gonna see, as I do the AoE pull, everything's gonna die except the dragons, because the dragons have too much HP compared to the other monsters. Which means I have to like make sure I single target them as much as possible during the AoE pull. So that's why you see me like right-clicking different monsters. It's because I try to get my auto attack damage on them. So like see, only dragons left. I'm not gonna go check the respawn, I'll just go. If you wanna do score runs, Even on High is probably like better for score runs to start out. PotD is very clunky. Well, yeah, clunky. Clunky is the word I would use. It's very like awkward to score run. Rage. Okay, I'll use this. How did the dragon not see me? If you can Omni on FT, what does FT mean? On first try? Is that what you mean? Ugh, that's a bad rage layout. The key needs to be the other way. Okay, it's the other way at least. Oh, if you can do it on free trial. Omni on free trial. Oh, there's the easy answer. Yeah, impossible because some jobs you need like to buy the expansions. But could you clear on every job except those jobs? Honestly, probably. Well, so wait, if you're a free trial, you cannot... Can you use the market board? Ah, but yeah, technically you can, yes, because so the thing I was thinking is, okay, are there some behemoth pushes that you cannot do on a free trial? But when I think about it, if you can't do a push on 180, you can just spin the boss instead. So yes, you could do Omni on the trial, technically. Because even if you cannot do the push on 180, you can still spin the boss. So. And that's a slow floor. That, like, the rage was good, but it was such an awkward set to play out. I mean, to rage. No, I can't waste time dealing with these guys. As long as I kill a scorpion first. Okay, there. But I mean, the only thing the free trial you would not have over other people is that you would not have the best food and the best tinctures, I guess. The rest would be the same, right? You would also not have super potions, but I think that's not a big deal. I kind of need to refresh my strength, but I wanted to wait until... Well, actually, no, let me refresh it now. I don't really have time to wait. You can see how long the pulse is taking with the dragons. It's just like very annoying. Oh yeah. Was that wow, I cannot remember what that is. That was an important part. Okay. Well, I actually never checked that chest. Well, technically you could, right? It would just be like harder, but you know, like take Aurora's run and like assume you did exactly everything as he did, except you found one more rage, then you'd be fine, right? That's the way I see it. It's just you would need more luck. This is an awful floor. Oh, is that a treasure room? Yeah, I think that's a treasure room. Okay. No abilities is kind of sucks. I keep finding flights. Am I doing Witching Rezo or Witching Lust or Rage? No abilities means I cannot allow ground, so I think I should Rage. I will Rage. Man, it took him 90 tries. That's freaking insane. If it takes me 90 tries, I might give up before. Like, I don't have the dedication to do 90 tries on a job. Like, Astro for me, Never Lie took... I think it took like 7 or 8 tries, and I was already starting to burn out on it, so... Hopefully I get lucky faster. Okay, I need to loot fast. I don't have much time. Perfect site. I'm gonna slide the next one. Okay, I'll deal with the respawn. This might come and bite me back in the ass. Ninth Machinist and third War. For your light for the Necro title, you mean, right? Oh man, I don't have time to deal with the dragon, do I? I might rage the next. Oh, I got rage back. I don't have time to deal with the dragon. It's too risky. I have to go. Every time I get to this boss, I like underestimate how much time it takes. So, okay, it's a 3 floor. Kind of search for my side, but at least it means this floor is gonna be super fast. Now he's gonna pull me in and it's gonna suck, but oh, there's no knockback, never mind. Perfect. So I will refresh this. Okay, I will witching. I will also lust, because I need to hurry up. I wish I could see something. Oh my god, where's the chest there? And it blew up. Rezo, okay. I need to hurry up. Oh, thank you. Have a good night, Paradox. Thanks for sticking around. Hopefully I got enough time for the boss. I think I'm fine. Now, am I fine with one lust only is the question. Let's see. Yeah, B, I've done that way too much too. I've done that way too much. You're not alone. Alright, lust now. So I can double damage. So I pull at 34, I think. We'll see if I need to double lust. I'm not sure yet. Oh my god, it pushed the bomb a little bit. That was weird. Oh, it kills the bomb? I did not know that. What the? I did not know that the explosion would kill the other bomb. That's kind of sick. What the hell? At least it looked like it killed it. Oh yeah, I should be fine with a single lust. Well, usually you can kind of delay it pretty like heavily by stunning the bomb before it finishes casting. But usually what I do is after that I just kill it. But apparently when it blows up, the other one dies. Sure. So I wait and then I stun it. And then I don't have to deal with it for like a long while. So like for example right there I just stun it because I'm gonna kill the boss before. Well, or am I? I'm not sure now. Let's kill it. Oh, actually, no. I can just GCD stun. Huh. I'm Paladin. Duh. I don't need to deal with them. Yeah, I do the same thing too. I witching the bees when I don't want to deal with them, and time is all tight. Alright. Okay, let's... Score is not looking strong, but, you know, it's not worse than my stroller run, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Next one. We are on 91. Alright, food. Let's go. So like I said, usually this set is harder on DPS jobs, but it's on tanks, I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like the set I just did is harder, and this one is easier. Mostly because this one has less annoying monsters to AoE pull with. Like they're annoying because they hurt, but they're not as annoying to like with the mechanic they do. Except these raids actually. These are kind of annoying. My god, it's already been 5 hours since I started streaming. Whew. It's way faster. It feels way faster when I'm just chatting on the stream, though. Alright, this guy's gonna die. Let's see. So this is Serenity. I can use it. Also, I picked up an alteration, which is very nice. Another raid. I mean, I might as well raise it again, right? Because I picked up a free one, so... Whew, if that just blew up, could have been a little spooky. I thought my Clemency would full heal me. Alright, I gotta hurry up a little bit. That's a lot of raids. I might just witching. I'm gonna witching. I said I'm gonna witching? There. Okay, there's one thing that's kind of bad. It's the fact that I have a single strength. That's actually kind of bad, because it puts me in an awkward spot, because if I use my strength now, and I don't pick up one for the boss, this is very cursed. Like, the boss without strength would be very long. Oh, I stunned too early, but I think it's fine. Yeah. Man, that floor was a little... I could have done that way faster. Nice sight, though. Let's burn my last up once. Need to pick up some strength. Witching's good. I will steal at the very least. This... I was gonna say Rezo floor, but I don't know. Let's try and bait these guys AoE on the side so I can actually... yeah, slip like that. So if I Rezo, I kill 2 of them instantly. Let's see if there's more undeads. I would say I would like to Rezo though. Right? 3 undeads. Ooh, ugly layout again. Nice strength, very nice. Look, it's looking like I'm gonna Rezo. Ooh. If I Rezo, I don't need to Witch Chain. If I Witch Chain, I don't need Rezo. I think I would rather Rezo between the two. I just need these guys to stop casting their freaking AoEs. Alright, let's go. Rezo so much damage, man. Jesus. Even on non-undead, it's so high. Alright. Nice, I picked up strength back. So we should be fine, unless I mess up. Like 2 sights, 3 safeties, 3 rages, and 2 rezos. 3 strength. Looking pretty strong. There's a respawn, but I don't see it. Thanks for blowing up in my face. Hey, what's up, Falf? How are you today? On this afternoon, at least for me. I will safety. No, man, there's so many raid patrols. Hey, thanks. I should be fine. It was a little spooky last set because I had drained most of my sights and strength, but now I picked them up, so it should be fine if I don't do any mistake. So I'm gonna Witch Chain this one, by the way. I don't want to deal with 3 raids doing their AoEs over and over. So this is probably a Witch Chain. Though there's not a lot of monsters. First, let's try. Oh, well, we'll have if we want anyway. Yeah, I need to Witch Chain or it's gonna take too long. I'm gonna have to, like, keep dodging around them. Let's go. I thought there were 3 raids. 1, 2. Oh, yeah, there's 3. I see them. Alright, on a good rhythm right now. A good pace. Respawn. By the way, if you didn't know, if you run tank, by the way, this provoke is your longest range skill, much more than your regular shield dump. Though I think this used to be 15 yards actually, so they boosted it in water. But it's still, like, provoke is still your biggest thing by far. It's kind of funny actually, because I've seen some tank mains trying to get like Necro and stuff like that, and they never pull with provoke, and I think that's because of you don't pull with provoke. Like, you don't want to pull with provoke in raids. So it's kind of a, like, it's working against their muscle memory. So at minimum, I was gonna stop at 100, but I'm still feeling pretty alright. So I'm probably gonna keep going after that. And I'll stop when I'm bored. There is no way in hell I'm doing the entire thing, but I would say I'm likely to make it to like 120 or 130, would be my guess. Somewhere around that. Oh, nice fortune. Let's use. Okay, on Gloom, these guys are they kinda kick-ass, so I gotta be careful. I don't have my invuln. What's two? Okay, so there's a couple of dangerous guys. This one is hurt as hell. I think this is a witching. I don't think I'm gonna be able to survive if I don't do something. I think this is a witching and a rezo actually. Or, oh wait, maybe actually. I think I can just rezo and I'm fine. Well, I hope so, or I'm dead, so. Oh my god, I need to not interrupt though. Okay, I should be fine now. Was a little spooky, not gonna lie, but. Okay. Now I cannot use a rezo anymore because I need it for the boss, unless I pick up one. There's a raising, nice. The safety and the raising. There's a respawn, I think it's there. Alright, so I have five more floors. I have 3 sides, 3 rages. I don't see any way this does not work. I'm actually gonna refresh still. In case it's a no item floor. Okay, very good. And I got a rezo back, so I can use that. Let's safety. Okay, now I don't know where the... let's fortune this. Hopefully the key is not there. Good, it's not. Perfect. And now we run all the way to the end. And while I'm running, I decide what I want to do. So there's no debuffs, and I have my buffs. I could probably do this pull normally. I have invuln too. Oh yeah, it's looking like a pretty big floor. So now I'm leaning into invuln plus rezo. I gotta remember I don't have a second loss too, which means it's gonna significantly slow the boss. So I think I'm gonna invuln rezo. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's go. You know, honestly, on tank, you don't really need a rezo on the boss. Like, I could totally just burn through all my rezos. But I think that'd be annoying, so... 2 Serenities. I don't want to use a flight. There's a respawn, but it's too far to care. Alright, so now I burn my alterations. If I get Mimics, I'm way more likely to rage. If I get Guardians, usually I'd rather Witch Chain. I got the Mimics. Perfect Rage. So now what I'm wishing to find, what I'm hoping to find is another alteration so I can use it on this set. That would be the best thing that could happen. Also, I see 2 more luring. Jeez. I don't have time to clear the last room then with my rage, so hopefully it's not a treasure room. Well, I mean, if it's a treasure room, it's fine. I would just Witch Chain. Alright, let's see what's there. Another Luring Trap, sure. Okay. I mean, can't complain about finding like 4 Luring Traps. What was that? 3 or 4? That was 4 Luring Traps. Damn. Pretty high value side, I would say. So this is why this set is easier on tank than DPS. I can actually do AoE pulls like that. If I was doing a pull like that on DPS, it would be awful. Like, that many monsters, I think with steel, it would be too much damage. I could not do it. I would need to Witch Chain. When is 6 monsters on this floor? Jesus. That's without a treasure room. If I found a treasure room, this would have been like a 35 monsters or something crazy like that. I'll get the chest back when I come back. I use this. The other thing was a steal. I don't remember what that was. Alteration. Very nice. Perfect. So I have alteration for all the coming floors. That is perfect. You're doing head to head with someone running a Monopoly. Is that a part where you both like undercut each other's non-stop until the thing you're trying to sell is just so cheap that no one's even gaining money anymore? I've gotten in a few of those. Site. This is site. So also I found a rezo again. Probably not a rezo. We'll see. Oh, another rezo. Okay, I'm definitely using rezo. Toad trap. I got Corrigans. Okay, I still think I'd like to rezo just for time. Oh, I've heard the new DC, like the Oceania stuff, is super dead. Is that true? I heard it's really dead. Like barely any people in the PF and stuff like that. Damn, I wanted to... Okay, I use Rezo now. I was not sure if I was gonna Witch Chain. That's why. It seemed really bad. The way people told me about it, it was like you could barely like find content. No, I don't know if they exaggerated a little bit. Wow, and dark Rezo. Jesus. Oh, well, yeah. If you're doing solo content, it doesn't matter, of course. I'm gonna Purity this. I don't need to deal with that. There it is. Yeah, if your ping is better and you're doing mostly solo content, then it doesn't really matter if it's dead or not. I was mostly talking about people who they like doing raids, right? And also, like, when people who like roleplay and stuff like that, you know, like roleplay places, I wonder if there's any of them on Oceania, if it's kind of slow and dead, because this kind of content kind of needs people to interact with it. Okay, so eye alteration again. Time's good. I think on this boss, I have a single loss though, I don't remember that. I think on this boss with a single loss, I'm looking at 530. Okay, I need to decide if I sight or safety this, which is actually kind of a big decision. I'm gonna sight. Oh man, that's a big floor. Okay, this is... I'm using something there. I'm using Rezo. Okay. I don't even need to think about it. I'm using Rezo. How did people figure out the trap map? I think it's like a joint effort. Someone actually went into the files and like extracted the map. And then someone found all of the trap placements by just like playing over and over. And then they kind of like made one map with both of them. So I'm gonna invuln plus Rezo should work. There we go. Invuln is so good, man, to do these kind of pulls. It makes things way simpler. I see a chest. Are you gonna blow up? What the fuck is the chest? Okay, I don't care. Rage, nice. So, flight, I don't want to use that. I don't want to use that on the very last floor, that'd be bad. I know there's Corrigan still there, I should use this before I forget. Score is gonna be okay. I feel like we picked up a few alterations. It's not gonna be amazing, but it should be okay. Definitely, like, not nearly as bad as my scroller last time. Alright, let's go. Last one. I'm gonna hurry up. I'm gonna sight maybe Rage. I'll see. I'm still unsure how much time it's gonna take me to do the boss with missing one lust. Damn, of course I sight the 4 room. It doesn't matter, as long as I see learn traps. I saw one, so it's worth. I do the opposite. I do 2 lost, 1 rezo. Okay, I don't have my invuln. Do I... Now, do I need... Oh, I got Corrigan again. Nice. Actually, kind of nice. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna Witch Chain. I'm not sure if my rezo is gonna be fine. whatever. Let's just... Because I know I need 2 hits on most of these guys, so... Okay, time's looking good. I'm just gonna go as soon as I can. Pretty. Just gonna get that chest. Should be fine. Oh, yeah, it's a certainty. Forgot. I could wait 25 seconds for one more kill, but like I said, I have a single loss. So do I want to loss at the beginning or later? I think if I have a single loss, it's better to loss later. Because I'm gonna get more value out of it. No, I actually, now that I think about it, I should loss now. Because this is the only part where I can do a tincture push and with all my cooldowns up, so... But I mean, I went in there with 6 minutes. There's no way I don't make it, you know. Maybe even without lust, I would have been fine. So I'm gonna ignore these guys. I don't have steel, but I don't really need it. Also, I forgot to refresh my dot loops. So usually I would AoE down these guys. I forgot to dot again. Oops. Usually I would AoE down these guys like now, and then I would lost the next 2 guys. But now I don't have a loss, so I'm just gonna kind of wing it. As long as they die when the other ones spawn, it should be fine. But then I'm gonna have to actually, like now I would lost usually, but now I'm gonna do like I'm gonna just do like a little AoE. Make sure I don't eat too much damage. I just don't want them to be alive at the same time as the other ones. That's like the big thing. Okay, now the lust is up. No, it's kind of sucks because it means I'm stuck using my AoE non-stop, but whatever. I have plenty of time. Alright, so I'm gonna rezo about when these guys dies, pretty much. Alright, now I was kind of messy, but usually I have another loss, right? So my timing was way off there. I'm just gonna spam that rezo until the next guy spawn. You left me at floor 1 and now I'm at 100. Yep, we made good progress. 5 hours, and I'm still doing a couple more sets after that, so it's not over. Looks like we're good on time. Honestly, I think I was doing more damage in the rezo. I should have stayed in it. at this point. Yeah, I hope so too. People are kind of, well, we're kind of expecting to be something like Boss duels, but like maybe not as hard, but something similar. Hopefully we get something like that. Alright. So this should be at least 1.5 million. If the overlay, if the calculator in my head is correct. But I should burn these. So the calculator in my head, so I kept track of every kill and it should be like above 1.5 million. Wow, what a surprise it is. And it matches exactly with the calculator in my head, so sounds like the calculator was right. I mean, considering how little alterations I found, this is a pretty nice score. Oh, thanks for the follow, Cyber. You need my head calculator. Yeah, you can do that. So when you're like at the boss room, even after it's dead, you can burn like as many Pomanders as you want. Yeah, it's a score thing, right? It's a score run thing. If someone's not going for a score, you're not gonna see that. Because the reason I burn my flights specifically is because I don't want to use them on my set because it reduces the amount of monsters. But then I want to pick them up from the chest because like the action of picking something up gives me 100 points. You know, it's like a very small gain of points. Oh, why do I have sex? Okay, sure. Oh yeah, because I died on Gunbreaker last time. Well, maybe I'm gonna get a pony. I just wanted to get potions, but I missed like the girl. Also, what's up, Sig? Damn, I've not gotten a pony and it's so long. Damn. I need the money, man. Need the money. Alright. Alright, let me get something to drink, then I just keep going, man. I keep going until I'm bored. I'm pretty sure I have at least 2 more sets in me. And I'll see if I do more. I'm definitely not doing all the way to 200. I think. I don't think I am. But at least like 120, 130. Anyway, be right back like 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm back. Why is that Lala watching this VTuber, huh? What Lala? Did someone do funny things while I was away? Man, don't say Lala. I feel like going back to my Lala film. Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's because I use pictures that I took kind of zoomed out as backgrounds. But like the secret behind these pictures is that there's always like a toad or a Lala behind me. So right now it's my Lala, which I kind of want to go back to honestly, but I'm trying to resist the urge of drinking the forbidden juice. I just liked all my characters, man. I want to play them at the same time. Alright, 1 second. I'm just gonna do something real quick. So we are now at floor 101. Believe it or not. So 101. Now there is a 0% chance I'm speedrunning this set on Paladin. I could maybe speedrun the next set if I'm lucky with my pickups. Like it's doable. It's doable. Yeah, remember that guy, Nebrialis Majestic? He was one of the guys I found I saw in the in-between sets earlier. Alright, let's go. Let's stop stalling for content. Let's go. This. Hey, that's Zarin. It's his ult. Didn't know it was a male aura. Every time I saw him wearing the Odin armor, I just think it's Zarin. I associate him to it in my head. Alright, let's go. Alright, time to suffer the worst set. I mean, honestly, on Paladin, it's not. It kind of sucks. But after doing Gunbreaker, I feel empowered. Gunbreaker was by far the worst job I had to do to score, honestly, and which is kind of surprising because it's a tank, but it felt so bad. Though to be fair, my Gunbreaker run, I kept getting like massive floors. Okay, so it definitely did not help. My god, things hurt. And by things hurt, I mean like the Yarzan hurts. Hurts so much. It's like double the damage of anything on this floor. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I pull like these 3 guys, it's not even gonna be dangerous, even without a potion. It's just like the Yarzan. Whenever the Yarzan's involved, everything goes well. Yeah, I found the raising again. Alright, what color is this chest? Roll. It's just that Vaughn is so... I think this Vaughn is like... I don't know, I've never... It's like a significant amount of damage. Let's see if I can actually like check it out. So how much does he hit me without Vaughn? Well, he crit there, so... actually, like, so he crit me for 920. And look, he's hitting me for the same numbers on a crit now. So I mean, it's like, this thing is like... 50% more damage? That sounds right. Like, that single debuff is 50% increased damage. Oops, wrong button. That's crazy. Usually wounds you get from monsters is not like a significant. It's like 10% maybe per stack. This one is just like so much. Let's see. Oh, I keep blocking, man. Damn. And well, I have Rampart up right now. I'm gonna try and see what, like, with the next one I pull. Also, Paladin's kind of a sick double puller, because you have like any with dot that's free. Plus, you just kind of can dot both monsters. Pretty effective. I should double pull more. Not high force. How I would rate Warrior? So I think that sitting at the top is Machinist, no contest. Like, Machinist is just too strong. And I think like one tier below that, I would put stuff like Warrior, Summoner, Dark Knight. So it's like very good. It's not the best, but it's very good. In fact, I would say, like, if you're someone who's never done PTD and you want Necro, I would say, oh, you can do it on Warrior now. Like, it's actually viable. Alright, let's see how much this hits for. So he hits me for 656 without Vuln. He puts Vuln. I parry this. I block this. I dodge this. Come on. 900. So yeah, it's like 50%. Kind of crazy. So the Dark Knight, actually very similar to Warrior. So the issue that both Warrior and Dark Knight had before is that the floors were really comfy, but 180 was like a pure nightmare, requiring super precise burst and setup. Now both of them don't have this issue anymore, which means they're just good. Like, the floors are very easy. The only issue you're gonna have is like time issues, right? So it's like, it's gonna be light even on high, but less bad because like the monsters don't actually kill you. Like, there's not a lot of threat. I think I thought about this with Angelus before. I was like, man, the tanks would be so good if it was not for 180. And now that's exactly what it is now. Like, the tanks are really good because 180 is no longer a problem. They're just really good. They've always been good. They were just like blocked by 180. And it's gonna be the same for the next deep dungeon, by the way. Like, I see no way that the tanks were not the best jobs, because I don't think they're gonna do another like DPS check boss like 180 ever again. So Like by default, tanks are just better due to that. Because it's easier to deal with time than it is to deal with monsters, except if you're super overpowered like Machine is. Then it kind of flips the balance. But usually dealing with time is less hard than dealing with monsters. Alright, so we're gonna do a 6-man pull there. I might need to chug potions. It's fine. It's because of the Yarzan, but I'm actually gonna invuln there. I don't really have a reason not to. All the jobs, honestly, every single job is gonna feel great at 19, except maybe Astro, because you're gonna have like your entire kit. It's gonna be like, I think some jobs are gonna be objectively better, but every job is gonna feel at least good. So it's gonna be a great time for someone who's never done the dungeons to just go in and, you know, have a good time on their favorite job. It's gonna be a perfect time for that. Now, personally, my plan is to clear on every job anyway, so like I don't care too much which one I go first, because I'm gonna end up clearing on every job anyway. So what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna go with the which one I think is gonna be the strongest one first, and then after that I'll go like on the jobs I find fun. Also 10 minutes on the first floor. I mean, I killed 26 monsters, you know? That's a lot. Doesn't really matter though. I have 3 rage. I kept all of my rages, so... Yeah, 26 monsters on one floor. That's a lot. Alright, let's try and do some AoE pulls. As long as there's no Yarzan, I can go pretty big, honestly. Black Mage is gonna be like, I think Black Mage is a job that's gonna be way better than it is in Heaven on High, because you have so many instant casts in Endwalker and Shadowbringer. Well, if you had a chart that compares the power of jobs in Heaven on High versus their power in the new Deep Dungeon, I think Black Mage is gonna be the job where there's like the biggest boost in power. Is there a Yarzan in that pool? No, there's not. Because like every job is gonna get new stuff, new like useful things. Black Mage gets like freaking a shit ton of instant casts. It's actually insane. Like you're gonna be able to build up Xenoglossies where you're like walking between pools. You can Paradox. You can do like the freaking Paradox. Like you can just spam Paradox. If you keep switching between fire and ice, you can basically cast while you're moving for less damage, you know? Alright, is this too ambitious? I don't know. If it is, I'll Witch Chain. But I think it's fine with my cooldowns. And as long as I chug potions. Why did I save reprisal on this pull? Honestly, I use my defensives almost out of muscle memory, so I can't tell you exactly why I kept a specific one. I just kind of try and rotate them so they... Yeah, I try to like rotate them so they're not all active at the same time. And reprisal has a very small range, so reprisal is almost like the one I use the least. Because I've done pulls where my reprisal just misses everything. Because it's 5 yards. This is super small. Like 5 yards, I'm not even sure it hits from there, right? But there's a lot of, in my gameplay, there's a lot of times where there's an optimal way to do stuff, but I'm not doing it the optimal way. I'm just doing it out of muscle memory, and sometimes it's why there's stuff that I do that makes no sense. Yeah, it's super small. It's like you don't notice it when you're raiding, because when you're raiding on a tank, usually you're right by the boss. You notice it as hell there. Oh, let's do more AoE pulls. Seems to be going pretty well on Paladin. Hey, I get to be lazy, and I refresh my strength for no reason, but we don't talk about that. Alright, let's fortune. Rage is my favorite lazy commander, right? It's just like... You don't need it, but it makes things way less annoying. And then I don't need to chug potions. Which way do I go? I will go there because there might be a treasure room. There is not, but there's a lot of monsters. What shirt, nice. Oh yeah, my guide. There's some updates I need to do to my guide. I should remember to do that sometime. And I need to update the part about like 110 to 140 in PotD. I need to make it obvious that it's like really hard to speedrun, especially like very job dependent. Because I was talking about that the other day. In my guide, I feel I don't make it obvious enough that speedrunning anything past 100 is a nightmare. Yeah, it's so bad, like... It's so bad. So I try, usually I will try to speedrun 111 to 120 with like all of my commanders. I die like 50% of the time. Like it's super inconsistent. Well, usually if you have every commander, you should be fine speedrun anything below 150 because Like, you can rage 3 floors. You can witching 3 floors. Witching we pull. So that leaves you only 3 floors to deal with. And then you're likely to find stuff for these floors anyway. And like, you can rezo, you can rezo, you can just strength steal, etc. So yeah, I knew there was a rage though at the beginning, because I used my rage because of that. It was not a surprise rage. But I'm getting more comfortable on these sets now. They required a lot of my concentration before, even if I was not speedrunning them. Now it's kind of more comfy. I'm more on the cruise control. The head calculator. Man, that head calculator is really working out, isn't it? I really wish I could stream with the thing, the overlay, man. I wish, but... Because I think it's super interesting statistics. Like, it's really fun to look at the amount of kills. Oh, another lazy floor. Sweet. Okay, well, whatever. Let's just be lazy. I really wish I could stream it, but I really don't want to get banned. No, let me rephrase. I don't even mind if they ban me for like 10 days and, as a punishment. I am absolutely afraid they would wipe my scores on the leaderboard if I kept streaming with it, That would devastate me. That would be so sad. So it's like, I'm like, okay, well, to avoid that, I'll just not stream with it. At least I won't stream with it until, like, everyone starts streaming with add-ons again. Then you feel kind of safe when that happens, because you're like, you're a small streamer. That, like, they're not gonna make an example out of you, It also, like, to be fair though, I think mostly to get banned or punished for stuff like that, it's not really if you stream with it, it's if people report you for it. I don't think they actually go into the stream list and they ban people who use them. They just ban people who get mass reported by people. Also, like, if you're a base streamer, you're way more at risk, because there's more people who have a reason. Well, they don't have a reason to hate you, but there's more people, so there's more chance that someone really hates you for no reason. Like, think of Angelus, for example. Like, let's say Angelus is streaming with the overlay. Like, who would mass report Angelus? Like, who could have a reason to hate Angelus and be like, okay, let's mass report this guy, It's, in the deep dungeon community, it's not really... Can't even think of a single, like, drama. Like, the worst I've seen in the deep dungeon community is, like, very slight arguing about spinning monsters. That's it. That's, like, the only thing. And I don't even think that is much of a, a bad thing. It's mostly just discussions. We don't have any hot drama in the deep dungeon community. We need some troublemakers to get there and get things moving. Another rage, sure. Maybe I can slap a monster with it. Yep. I'm sorry you spawned in front of me. That's not hurt. Yeah, I guess so. It's like, it gives people like this kind of sense of power, because they're like, oh, I did something that had an impact, right? And they just get drunk off the feeling or something. I don't know. But man, imagine if you mass reported Angelus. That's like the least... It's like the last guy you would like have something against. Well, I mean, it's just an example. Like, Angelus does not stream with add-ons of any kind, so it's not the best example. Unless you consider the heart rate monitor a third-party add-on. I mean, technically it is. But it's trying to pushing it. My steel ran off. Let's just refresh. Now watch me get another lazy rage. Nope. Okay. I know I was messing around on 4chan, and when the old like add-on thing was kind of blowing up, people were trying to get mass reports on one of the WoW streamers. What is it called again? Something Mancer, Pyromancer, I think. Let's invuln. Didn't really work though. I don't think Pyromancer got banned or anything. It was just kind of that, I don't know. I think it's because there was this story about the Japanese guy that got banned because he got mass reported, and it's kind of people trying to do the same. You know, a bit like how there's when there's a mass shooting or something like that, and people say, okay, don't say the name of the guy who did it because we don't want like copycat people, like people who want to try and copy him. It's kind of the same when you think about it. Like people see someone do something bad, but that is like kind of a, how to say, it's like, wait, you mass reported me for DD overlay. Please don't. Don't do that. I will do anything if you don't do that. Hey, witching. I get a lazy 30 seconds. Oh, someone else had their Twitch banned? What the fuck? Just for that? That's weird. Please don't hit the trap. Please don't hit the trap, please. No trap, please. Okay. And the squirrel is so small. It's so much does not fit there. Okay, I know I have a witch chain. I'm just trying to like see how long I can last without using it. Okay, let's use it now. Also, I saw a clip of a guy. He was pulled. He was doing PvP, and in the middle of PvP was pulled by a GM. But it had nothing to do with add-ons. It was like he had a lewd adventure play or something like that. And when I saw that, I was like, the only thing I could think of is like, okay, imagine I'm a deep dungeon runner at 196, about to clear, and the freaking GM pulls me out. Like, how do you expect me to have a good discussion if that would happen? It would be like, oh, hello, Finn, I'm sorry I pulled you out of your content, but I would like to have a discussion. I would be like, bro, fuck you. Like, could you not wait for me to clear? Oh, interesting. I did not know Twitch had something like that. That makes sense for the streaming live private servers. There it hits you on the bench. Man, this is a chill set. This set has been so chill right now. I found so many rages. I can take it super slow. It's really nice. Usually this set is an absolute nightmare. You know, it's funny, I know Badril, the guy Badril by name. I know him because he's always standing in front of the Aetherite in a casual glamours with like his ultimate weapon out, and there's like 20 cat girls doing exactly the same by him, and they just stand there all day. That's the only reason I remember his name. They're all on Genova. It's the cat girls, man. They always use the. It's all this. All the ultimate cat girls are the same. They wear very casual glamours. They use the ponytail. They use an ultimate weapon that glows really hard and has nothing to do with their glamour. And they stand in front of the air right. And they never have the AFK symbol. They don't use the AFK symbol. They just stand there and they're AFK, but they don't have like the the AFK thing. They disabled it. I know how it is. I studied the cat girls. Is there a respawn there? If it's not there, I'll just go. I don't want to waste too much time. Oh, it's not there. Let's go. Hey. I have to live with Limsa. It's the closest market board to it, right? Well, technically, Shoreline is also very close, but Shoreline, you cannot... the thing with Shoreline is you cannot change word at the Edda, right? So it loses to Limsa. That's a good point, Kaiser. There's no the only guide that's like there's only two like dedicated clearing guides. One is Medes that was like I think machinist point of view, and then there's the healing ones from Aurora. There's no like tank guide. I don't know if I'm really qualified though for a tank, like a clearing tank guide. I would be in Heaven on High. In PotD I'm still like too well, first I would need to clear every tank, in my opinion. And second is that I've never really done a tank run in PotD where I was not trying to get score. Yeah, he means text, I think. The thing with Angelus guides, they're not really guides, they're more like VOD where he talks a lot. Which is very good, by the way. I use a VOD like that he made to clear. Yeah, my first Heaven on High clear and PotD. But they're not like... They're not guides. They're like I don't know how to put it. They're like informative, very how do I put it? Like very. They're like VODs with deep explanations of what's going on. Now, if you want to see a real like a guide, like a real, like actual guide, Sig 9 has the best. Sig 9 has the best PotD guide, and it's done for Red Mage point of view. So personally, if I was going to try to do a clear guide, and let's say I was very talented in making videos, which I'm not, I would make it exactly like Sig 9's guide. It would be the same structure. What do you mean? There we go. But does Sig get full of himself whenever I say that guide's good? Sig's Ego. I mean, it's damn good. It's a damn good guide, man. I remember I watched the guide and I was like, wow, this is exactly how I would make the guide if I knew how to make a guide. It's like the first 50% explains very clearly what every commander does. Even gives like good examples of when to use them. And it does not do the mistake of saying, okay, this commander you use it when this happens, you use this commander when this happens. It's like it's giving you food for thought. But it's not like telling you what to do, but it's perfect. And then he goes in depth about every monster. You know? But I mean, and it's like it's the best guide. And Angelus does not like he says it. Man, come on! Good thing I did not open this. This could have blown up and killed me. So Angelus, like I know he like calls them guides, but they're not really guides. They're VODs with a lot of explanations. Like in my opinion, to be a real guide, you need like it needs to be structured. So would I have died? Let's see. No, I would have not died. Well, I deserve to be hit by that. I was lazy and ran in the middle of the room. I had a witching. Wow, I don't even remember that. Oh, also the trap location guide from the ribbon. That thing's also amazing. Lots of great guides, honestly, lately. Aurora's guide for healing too. Well, for healing, for playing healers in Deep Dungeons, very good. Mage's guide is also very good. But it's getting a little bit. I don't think she updates it anymore. Well, maybe she does, but I've not checked it in a while. To be fair. Yeah, it was very accurate. I spent an entire evening with people where we just ran around 150 plus, and we learned the layout. Okay, let's just use this. I'm never gonna find a way to use this. Let's go. It's just great that someone went as deep as he did into traps and everything about them. Yeah, commander usage is like a very complex topic. It's hard to It's like one of the reasons I said Sage Guide is the best one. It's because it's the one I feel like was the best about commander usage. Because he gave examples, and like as I was listening, I was like, yeah, okay, I agree. I think this is a good way to use that commander, etc. You see that a lot on the Discord. When people they ask for like advice to use commanders, it's kind of like it's hard to say, okay, use this commander at this floor, use this commander at this floor. It's not really how it goes. It's more like, okay, well, you have this commander, which means you can like do this, but also you have like this commander, you don't have a lot of them, so you should be careful about using this. Also, you can deal with bad debuffs if you use like this and etc. But it's not really good advice to say, okay, use this commander on this floor, on this floor, on this floor. Even flights. I know there's a lot of people who like to flight specific floors. I'm not really into that personally. Like the only thing I plan to use is sight. I plan to use sight on like 171, 172, and 173 on tanks and healers. But like, even then, it's not like a constant. Like sometimes I'm not gonna use one because it's like. Because I don't know, like I checked some chests and I found like something that lets me do the floor otherwise and stuff like that. Yeah, Sage Guide is very good if you're not Red Mage. You just listen to the first half, because the first half is like the introduction. It's just like the second, like the last hour of the video is about Red Mage specifically. Do I refresh Strength still? The bees are really annoying in new equals. I feel I should refresh Strength. Anyway. Let's kill this guy and I'll see what I do. Did I fortune this? Yes, I did. I'm just glad people are making guides and everything for deep dungeons. Like, guides is something that's missing in this game. Like because I played a lot of other MMOs, and a ton of RuneScape. And RuneScape is like, okay, I want to do something in RuneScape. Let's go see the guide, and then you go look up, and there's like 5 guides to do it. Final Fantasy is like the opposite. Like, you want to try to do something, you look it up online. There's like nothing. There's like very poorly written guides, or like everything is so like it's all over the place, so it's very hard to find like what is actually real. Let's refresh still. I'll just refresh both my commanders. That's one. Right. No, honestly, if I was to make another guide, if I was to make a specific guide about a specific job, I would almost certainly do it in a video format. Now, I can't do it because I don't know how to do it. So if I did something like that, I would probably team up with someone and just be like, okay, let's do a duo run, and tell me like what to do, and I'll record the footage and send it to you. Then we can like, you know, go over the script together. But like the actual editing and stuff like that, I don't have like talent for that. But the thing is that if you're doing like a guide for a specific job, I feel like you need visual examples. Like it's gonna be too hard to get it across through words. Scoring is fine because it's kind of like concepts. But like if you're trying to like do a clear guide for a specific job, then I think you need visual examples, in my opinion. Because when I think about it, there is no way I would have cleared as fast as I did if I did not have Angela's VODs, right? If I just read Mage's guide, it would have taken me way longer than 3 tries. Well, 2 tries for PLD. Is there a bee in that pool? No, there's not. Okay. But you know, it's kind of old content, right? When the new Deep Dungeon comes out, then I think it's gonna be a great time to make guides for it. So maybe once the new one comes out, I would try and dip my toes into like making an actual video guide for it. Yes, you can stun it. I'm not sure if you can stun the ones on the boss, but you can stun the ones on the floor there. Let's just go, I guess. You can also LOS or outrange the final thing on this set specifically. You cannot do it on the boss. Treasure room, maybe? No. Okay, just make sure there's no enrage in my pool. No, there's not. Okay. I did similar to you, Kaiser. So when I did my first my first clear in the Deep Dungeon was Evan High. So what I did is I read Meaty's guide in full. Then I watched Angela's VOD of Evan High, and the entire thing from 1 to 100. I watched it like the entire thing. I did not play while I was doing it. Then after I had seen it, I actually watched it again. So I watched it twice. So that alone was 15 hours. It took me like 2 days basically. And then after I had seen it twice, I started doing my run, and I did exactly like you did. Before I entered the set, I would always watch his VOD again of like the set he did. And then I would go in and I would try and repeat what I saw. And then I also kept Medee's guide open at all times during it, but mostly to see if the monsters were like sight or safety, sight or proximity or stuff like that. So, I mean, so like, yeah, I kind of wasted 15 hours watching VODs of Vangelis, but then I got it done in 3 tries, you know? So I think there's some merit to that. It's definitely more my kind of learning than... I'm not really good if I just butt my head into it until it works. You know, it's kind of like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Now when I started doing scoring, because I got interested in doing scoring, there was like no information on scoring. Well, there was like the document, but that's it. There was like no guide. So scoring, I actually just kind of butt in my head until it worked. And then that's the reason I made my guide. Recently I was like, okay, well I've gotten like pretty good at scoring. There's still no resource. Let's make some resource. So like at least there's a base, right? So like my reasoning was kind of like, okay, I'll try and be like Medee's guide but for scoring. So I'll try to make like the very basic guide that people like, they make more guides that are better later. But like we just needed the base basically. I just wanted to make the basic guide, you know, like the one that it's like a little bit subjective and it has like some opinions, but it is mostly like I don't know, it's like the base basically. Like it's like people, they can make their own guides that are probably like they're gonna be better and give better advice, but at least there's something to start with. It wasn't too bad writing my guide. It took me 1 full day plus like an entire evening, so like I don't know, 15 hours maybe to write the entire thing. I thought it would take longer, but it wasn't too bad. It had like what, 35 pages. Alright, I have so much time to do the last floor then. I was really on cruise control there. I've not been paying attention to the game much. Also, what's funny is when I was writing my guide, a lot of the times I would write something, I was like, damn, I totally don't do that when I play the game, but it's like it's a big case of do as I say, not as I do, you know? It's like when I think about it, I'm like, okay, this is like objectively the way you should do it, even though I don't do it myself for like, you know, for like a reason or another, or maybe because I'm just not paying attention enough, but yeah. Oh wow, strength, sight. Alright. Let's go. Last floor. Pretty good kill count. Not like amazing, but not bad. It's gonna be like what, 160 something? Like a little above average, I'd say. I'm gonna sight just to see like what kind of size I'm dealing with. Seems like a pretty decently sized floor. Yeah. Sorry. I was counting in my head the kills the entire time. That's why I know exactly how many kills I have. Thank you for reminding me to remind people. Should I think I should steal at the very least. Okay, let's do that. I miss showing you guys the inside of my brain, man. Maybe one day the inside of my brain will return. By the way, I'm keeping this Hornet targeted because I'm gonna stun it when it does final sting. There. Unfortunately, I don't think I can speedrun well. I don't know. My pawns are like really good actually. Like I'm gonna have maximum strength. No, not maximum strength, but I'm gonna have maximum rages. Oh my god, this is taking a while without strength. Alright. These patrols hurt. Like, they actually hurt really bad. Well, let's see if I have like a strength. Would be the best pickup for me. Yeah, a strength in that chest would be the best. I mean, that's not bad. Honestly, the strength would have been better, but I'll take it. Lets me be lazy. Well, actually, with this, I don't need to strength on the boss, so it works out. Yeah, okay, that's good then. Wow, there were a lot of monsters left. Maybe that rage was actually kind of clutch. Yeah, 162 monsters, according to my head. I think there's one respawn somewhere. Let me check real quick if I can see it. So if I have any hopes of speedrunning the next set, I need to not strength. There. I'm missing one reso though. I don't know. I'll see if I do it or not. I'm not sure. Not sure. Also, I was wrong. There's no respawn, so let's just go now. Or if there's one, it's there. Nope. So let's see how long this takes without any buff. I think it's gonna take 5 minutes. So let's see. I'm pulling at 650. Yeah, let's pull at 650. Oop, I used my buff too early though. I used the wrong button too. Damn. Kind of messed up there. Though time, how's time looking? I'll see when the timer is at 4:50. Alright, so let's see. So after 2 minutes, it lost 1/3 of its health, which means I need 4 more minutes, which means I am fine. Okay, good. So I don't need to use anything. Should be fine. Ah. Oh, wow, I did not get hit. What the hell? Surprised. Thank you, easy snapshots. Yeah, actually cheating. I think I should have gotten hit by that. Not gonna lie, I did not. It did not even look like I stepped out of it. It's kind of sus, you know. So if I invuln there, it's not gonna put a debuff on me, I assume. Yeah. Okay. Correct. Man, I'm so glad I made my Twitter. I remade my Twitter for the stream. I just post random J-pose on it now. It's so fun. I post random ass pictures that have nothing to do with what I'm saying. And I get like 2 likes on them. Perfect. So yeah, it's still missing 1/3, and I'm a little bit ahead of time, so perfectly fine. Also, I forgot to dot again. Don't mind me. You see, pin J-pose tweet instant like your only purpose in life. So you guys are the 2 likes I get on every post, huh? Man, it was so funny. I was checking out my feed yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was this morning actually. I was just checking my feed, and you know it tells you when your friends they like other stuff. It shows it on your feed, and there was just this one casual with like massive modded, modded things. The only reason I saw it is because someone I follow liked it, and it was like a deep dungeon runner too. I thought that was so funny. It wasn't that bad. It was just like a dress, but like you could see the side boob, right? Like it was clearly modded. Also, let's try not to die. Man, that was a long. That's the longest I've ever had this fight take, I think. Usually this guy dies in like 3 minutes maximum. Alright. Oh, do I speedrun the next set? So, I mean, I have 3 rage, 3 witchings, 2 sides, 3 strength. This is very good. I have 2 rezos, 2 lost. I have only 3 floors I can get rid of the traps for. I don't know. It's rough. But I really want to speedrun the next set. I love speedrunning it because I fucking hate that set. So, you know, if I can get out of it 30 minutes faster, it's like win-win. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly how I feel deep inside my heart. But also another reason I kind of want to speedrun is because I have 0 alterations, 1 F1. So like, if I don't speedrun, this is gonna be very slow, and I'm not gonna be able to like generate chests anyway. I think I should try to speedrun. And now the thing is, I don't know how long the boss is gonna take on Paladin. I actually have no clue. Like, I think the boss would take. So I had 2 lust. I think with 1 strength, it would take me. I think it would take me 4 minutes to do the boss with 2 lust. Maybe a little lower, but I feel like 4 minutes is like a safe number. Okay, let's try. Let's try to speedrun. Now the last 3 times I tried to speedrun this set, I died. Hopefully this is like there's gonna be a different story. I tried to speedrun this on Gunbreaker last time and I died, so you know, I just have to not die. All right, let's go fast. Go fast and hard. This is a dead end. No, this is a dead end. Well, tons of toads on the first floor is a kind of bad start. To have a bad start because I already cannot do an AoE pull because these guys there is like 0% chance I can AoE pull these guys. I don't even try. Like maybe 1 if I let it grab me first and then I run away, but even then that. Right. Oh, Rezo, nice pickup. Getting the bad luck out of the way. Yeah, that's exactly how luck works. It's why every time I'm about to do a run, I flip a coin. And I wait until I get very unlucky. And then I do my run. To make sure I get all of the bad luck out of the way. Okay, other than the toads, it's pretty easy monster so far. Also, fuck this trap. It's kind of an annoying trap. Oh yeah, also I did not mention it, but I use a raising because they're likely to die, so... Man, that innervation is annoying. It's just gonna slow down this floor. Oh, that's good. I'm gonna steal... Okay, this is already where it's gonna be a little bit... I need to face. Okay, good. I'm gonna delay slightly my witching so I can try and kill them before, when it ends. Okay, now I think it's enough. Let's go. So, I mean, that floor was behind pace, but it was like... I used like very little on this floor, so it's fine. What is the chest I did not pick? Oh, that's the witching. Of course. PotD no odd challenge. I mean, would that be fun? It could be. You could do something like that, but you need a job that is very simple to keep track of your cooldowns. So like machinist. Ah, fuck you! I had a rezo in the chest. God damn it! If I had known, I would have used it. Okay. Oh, you're right. You could not use Pomenders. Well, there goes the run. Okay, this set of debuffs, I might give up the speedrun there. I'll see like how this floor is, but I mean, I have a free witching. Nice trap, flight. Oh man, I have to decide. Was that the witching? Yes. I don't think I can speedrun. I think I cannot speedrun, unfortunately. I would have to Serenity there, and it's still gonna put me behind time, so I gave up on the speedrun. Sorry, believers. You gotta like. That's something you said like, oh, you're better at it now earlier as a joke, but you know that's kind of something I'm learning myself. I need to learn when to give up the speedrun, and I think right now the good place to give up the speedrun. I'm gonna have to sacrifice so much to make it happen, and I can already feel after the second floor that it's gonna be like way too hard. Especially because I have only like 3 sides plus 1 safety, so I would have to deal with hitting traps during fighting slimes and snakes, or at least 2 floors. So yeah, whatever. Let's just go back to chill. Yeah, it is. It's what I need to get better at. Usually I'm just stubborn, and if I decide I'm gonna speedrun the set, I'm gonna use like everything to speedrun the set, and then it's not even worth it again, so. If I don't like to speedrun the set after this one, but sometimes I speedrun the 131 to 140 set because it's actually kind of nice to speedrun on plane. Because early on you can do massive pulls with very like easy monsters, and then later on you can rage. It kind of works out. The only issue if you speedrun 131 is that it's like the set right before it gets hard. So like the pumps you're using during that time are kind of like it's kind of annoying because you would actually use them for points. So Paladin's really nice on no item floors. You can just heal yourself. And you know what's even better? It's even nicer on no ability floors because you can still heal yourself. Like you still have a defensive. Nice alteration. Oh, did it? I'm glad. I was talking about this earlier. I was like, because you know I upload all of, I'm so sorry if you were there for like all the 15 times I mentioned that, but I'm gonna say it again. So I was saying like, I don't have a VOD of me doing 1 to 100 for score. So I feel like I should upload a run, like the entire run. I should have one run that's from 1 to 200, and that I upload this run, right? Because I kind of take 1 to 100 for granted, but there's actually like some, like, you know, it's not free. Like you still have to kind of know what you're doing, and the guide helps. But if I have a VOD too of it, I think that would be better. Oh, nice trap. But Paladin would be a good VOD to upload. Like from 1 to 200, Paladin would be a good one because it's like pretty middle of the ground for scoring, I'd say. Like it doesn't have amazing damage. It's kind of sturdy. That would be a pretty good job to upload. Alright, so even you think that would be a good idea? Hold on. I should just do it. I should just like upload a full run. Probably this one if this one clears, honestly. This one was like a pretty normal 1 to 100. Nothing crazy happened. I'm kind of running out of defensives against these guys. Okay. So that is 4 chests that I cannot open. That's too bad. You know what's funny? In Shadowbringer, I did exactly what I said for Even on High, because before in Shadowbringer, like the scoring 1 to 15 Even on High was actually really rough. So I did exactly that. I recorded myself doing it, and I uploaded it on my YouTube. Though now it doesn't matter anymore, so I unlisted it. But it used to be really hard to speedrun that set. Like speedrun plus full kill that set. There's definitely a couple of tricky sets below 100 for POTD now. Man, that silence is annoying. I can't even get rid of it. I really hope I don't mess up 180 on Paladin again. I would be sad if I messed up again. Because the first time I did it, I mostly had it down. It's just I had an issue with the timing of my lust. I'm gonna get out of there one day once stuff stops respawning on top of me. Well, in front of me, I should say. Alright, finally out of this floor. Okay, I'm glad I decided not to speedrun this. This would have been... I would have had to Serenity and... I don't know. I think it was the right call there. I would love to rage something. Okay, I have this, the fortune. I'm looking for an excuse to rage because I'd like to get him down to 2. Yeah, code. I could rage this, I think. Wouldn't be a bad idea to rage this. Oh, don't see me, please. Okay. Yeah, I'll rage this. Let's go. I just want to get them down to 2. Also a good time to do it because I have 0 commanders running right now. No strength, no steel, so. You know something funny? I played Final Fantasy 11 for a little bit, like a few months ago, because I think they had a free like campaign or something. But I don't know. I could play for free basically, so I went through the very unfun process of installing the game and checking it out. And you know what I realized when I played a little bit inside? I realized 95% of the monsters in Final Fantasy 14 are just copied from Final Fantasy 11. And they look exactly the same. Like, they're just slightly higher quality, but they look like the same. It's insane. I think every single monster I saw in Final Fantasy 11 was a monster I saw in Final Fantasy 14. I can't even remember a single one that was different, except like the player race models. But the monsters were like always something. Like, I saw Corrigians, I saw Hornets, I saw like the wooden guys with like in Heaven on High. I saw like everything I could remember from 14. It was kind of crazy. Might be a respawn there. Let me see. I have like a good amount of time anyway, so yeah. Alright, so do I kill this guy in time without strength on Paladin? Probably. Like, Paladin's damage is kind of low, but it's not that low, right? Yeah, I'm fine. Nabat Cane. What is that from? Probably some Stormblood dungeon. Damn, all these safeties. Kinda nice, actually. I think I'm gonna use one. Yeah, let's use one. Man, I'm not gonna lie, the degenerate inside of me wants to do the entire run today. But I don't think that's a very smart thing to do. But not gonna lie, there's a small part in me that wants to do it, but I don't think that would be wise. Because that would mean like 8 more hours of stream. Which would mean I finish streaming at like after midnight. So I don't think that's a very good idea. As fun as it sounds. It's better if I cut it in two. Yeah, you're not seeing the issue. But I think my buddy's seeing the issue. It's mostly my voice, I think. Like, I could totally, like, freaking stream 15 hours. The thing is my voice. I think my voice will get really rough after, like, 10 hours of streaming, so... Which is... You know, in Insight, I remember watching S-Mongol, and he said that he had, like, issues with his voice when he streams too much. I like, totally understand now. I don't even talk nearly as much as him, and I can feel it myself. Like, my voice actually starts to hurt if I stream, like, I would say, like, 10 hours is kind of, like, the limit. Once I get to 10 hours, it actually starts to hurt to talk, so... Especially, I assume since I'm talking, like... am I killing this giant time? Let's stun him. I'm a little worried. Let's invuln. I'm a little worried. Okay. I think that was close. What was I saying? Yeah, I was saying since I'm also streaming in my second language, which is English. It's not my first language. If you could not tell from like the thick as fuck accent. I think it's like I have to like how to say? I have to like work my throat harder to speak. I don't even know how to put it in words. It takes me more effort to talk in English than it takes me to talk in French. Okay, I'm kind of scared of the slime. I feel like if I don't have fight or flight, I might actually not kill it in time. That feels really tight in my head. Now with all my cooldowns, this should die in time, if I don't mess up my combo like I just did. Hey, a chest. Oh yeah, I also set up my VR the last week, so I've been messing around in VR, playing some VR games I've not been able to play because I was like I had VR for like a while. I had to freaking set up my base stations, and I don't know, I kept putting it off. Now I actually did, so you know, unfortunately you can't play deep dungeons in VR yet, but you know, the rest is okay. Like damn, can you imagine playing deep dungeons in VR, like even on high, then the Gozu just fucking charges you and mashes your brain in? That'd be kind of spooky, actually. I'm actually scared to pull the slime. I think I'm fine. I should be fine without fire fight. Wait, you can play Elden Ring in VR, really? Oh, that's weird. I did not even know that was a thing. Hey, steel. What did I play in VR? I played Gorn, Beat Saber, a little bit of a gun game that I don't remember the name, and I also played a little bit of VR Chat. Though like VR Chat is kind of weird. It's a social game, so you know, I just play a little bit with my friends sometimes, but I don't really play by myself in VR Chat. I think my favorite game has been Gorn so far. Gorn is like very you're like a big gladiator and you're just fucking around, like killing people. It's pretty fun. Though apparently my brother is really into VR chat. He told me that it's easy to like get my Final Fantasy character and make it like port it into VR chat so I can play as my character. That'd be pretty fun. Well, he made it sound easy, but you know, maybe it's easy for him because he has like freaking like 12,000 hours in there. But it sounds doable. That'd be pretty fun if I could play as my characters. Let's affluence. Probably fortune too. Whoa, that's quite a floor. This, I'm using side or safety. I prefer side, so... Oh my god, there's so many rooms and so many chests. I would have raged this if I had like 3. This was gonna take ages. I'm gonna have to think a way of speeding this up. Probably strength at the very least. Like, the thing that sucks with this set is... I can't really do a witch chain reso pull because I have to carry these guys from so far that they're just gonna blow up, you know? So it just does not work out if I do that. Well, at the very least, I'll strength. I'll probably pop that luring later. Once I'm done with most of the floor. You know what? Actually, I think I should pop it now. Yes, I should pop it now. And if I get 3 slimes, it sucks, but 2 should be fine. Okay, I have only 1. Oh yeah, also they're doing like 10 million damage too, because I don't have a skill. Actually kind of ridiculous how much damage they're doing. Oh my god, there's so many chests. Okay, let's go north now. Whoa, I don't want to pull that slime yet. I need like I need to pick up something. I need to pick up something good on this floor. There's so many chests. It's unlikely I don't pick up at least something useful. But I need like strength or rage or something. Like even steel would be okay. Because I have 4 more rooms to deal with, and there's no way I can single target everything. Okay, that's good. I kind of need to do a new pull. I need to find rooms with not slimes in them, basically. This room has 2 slimes, bad start. But that's a room I could like bring monsters into and then witching that room. So I think I'm gonna steal. Okay, that's another monster I can carry with me. Like, I can carry this guy too. Anything but the slime. There's 1 slime there. And landmine. I might use that landmine. Actually, I would say I'm like almost sure I'm gonna use a landmine. Oh my god, 3 slimes, really? How do I do this? Okay, I'm gonna witching, I think. I mean, I was gonna use a landmine, but I found a free lust, so let's just lust. Oh yeah, I know there's one more room with a bunch of slimes in it. Let's go get it. Let's see. So there is no monster there. 2 slimes. Luring? No, toad trap. Okay, I got some half ones. That's pretty good. Don't want to use that. That was something good, I think. No, never mind. Okay, let's go next floor after I've dealt with this guy. So next floor is a half once for sure. Kind of want to alteration, honestly. I think I'll alteration too. Very low alteration save. It's actually insane. I think I picked up in total 5 or 6 alterations the entire run. That's it. Alright, let's go. So, affluence altered. Oh, yeah. My coffee's cold. Ugh. I forgot to drink from my coffee for too long. Welcome to floor 116. Here's an explosion in your face. Yeah, I'm catching myself doing it since I had this discussion this morning with someone in my stream. I do zoom in and out like over and over without even realizing it. I keep doing it. I don't know if it's annoying or not for you guys, but it's just pure muscle memory. I really do zoom in and out for like no reason. Like there, I zoomed out. Yeah, I adjust my zoom constantly. Usually the more open the more open is the space, the more I zoom out. But when I'm fighting tight corridors like that, I tend to zoom in. It's kind of like, I kind of do both. Wow, I feel the lack of strength there. I might as well refresh it. Might as well safety. I picked up one. I think I'm gonna strength. Ah, I should have waited. Damn. Yeah, I think that's exactly why. Because when I think of playing zoomed out, I run like my camera like just rubs into the walls and it's super annoying like that. So I think it's what I do. I think I just zoom in instinctively so I don't have to deal with it. Well, it's something I did not really notice I was doing until I look at other people playing. Also for AoEs, it's pretty useful. When you put your camera above like that, you know exactly like how far you can go. But I think I see people doing that too. This has nothing to do with the zoom. Did I check this? No, I think that's a drop. Well, it's not useful anyway. And how much spit do these guys have in their bellies? They're just freaking spitting every 5 seconds. Look at that. It's crazy. That's insane, man. The thing is like not even a 5-second cooldown. It's like every 3 seconds almost. Yeah, it's like it just whatever way you play is gonna become like muscle memory. So you just have to stick with it, and then at some point you're gonna find a way to deal with the camera, and you're gonna like keep doing it. I think that I play the way I do with my camera because of when I play RuneScape. RuneScape 3. RuneScape 3 is my most played MMO, excluding this one, and I manipulate my camera a lot when I play RuneScape 3. Like I will turn it around and zoom and out and in all over, so I think it's just when I switched over to WoW and Final Fantasy, I kept that habit of moving my camera constantly. Man, this floor's taking ages, but it's these freaking guys casting non-stop. Kind of like starting from 100, I just do like way less AoE pulls because I don't need to, so I could AoE pull still. It's just I would need to drink potions non-stop. So I kind of stop at 101. Especially if I use a steal. If I use a steal, I could pull like, I don't know, like probably 8 monsters with if I drank my potion on cooldown. I'm just trying to save potions because man, these are annoying to farm. Now time is actually not good, so you know I should probably do AoE pulls. But it's like I would almost rather rage one floor than use, you know, 15 potions. Though I found a steal there, which is good. Also, these slimes I cannot AoE pull. That's also a big problem there. I need to kill these guys individually. Alright, that's gonna speed up this. Yeah, no, after I did 2 floors, I decided that the speedrun was not a good idea and I decided to go slow instead. So slow gang 1. There was just no way the speedrun was gonna go well. Like, I could see it from a mile. Because the first floor, I did it in 4 minutes with using one witch chain, I think. No, it was not a witch chain. It was like a strength, maybe. And then the second one, I had no item debuff, and it was just like, okay, well, if I do this, I need to Serenity, and you know, it was just, it was not gonna be worth it. I mean, I'm already struggling to kill everything, so. Keep getting HP down too. Alright, let's speed up. Let's do a fast floor. This could be a fast floor, though I need to steal. There's a luring there. So I'm thinking I'm gonna Witch Chain Lost or Witch Chain Resolve there. My strength drop. I hope it's fine with all the strength. Ah, I should have fortune. Okay, I might. I mean, let me see what I do. Let me focus. I might sit to fortune. Okay, that worked out. That was a little bit spooky, but it worked out. Because I had to exit to use a fortune and then kill them. Oh, double potsherd. What the hell? Is this Christmas? Well, I'm glad I fortuned because there was another one there. So that's kind of how I do, like, if you're still there, Chaser, it's kind of how I do it. I could AoE pull the entire time, but it would require a lot of potions. So what I do is I just kind of take it slow. And then when I see that I'm behind time, I'll do like a big pull like that with my commanders. It's not optimal for score. If I was like purely going for score, I would just do AoE pulls the entire time. But I want to like save potions, so... So basically, I sacrifice commanders to save potions. You can say it like that. Mr. Potsherd, man. I wish, man. I mean, I'm not gay, but a potsherd's a potsherd. Alright, I'm gonna fortune this again, maybe do another AoE pull, I don't know. Kind of 0% chance I speedrun the next set anyway. What? These are weird chest placements, what the... Okay. Yeah, right. Let's sight. Wow, I might have to rage to make it last floor. I can't strength, as bad as it is. I think I need to do another AoE pull. Okay, well. This is not too big of a floor. Lots of landmines, but I would rather reso, honestly. Wow, that's a lot of marbles. Still... Okay, but I need strength. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. And now the power of resolution. Sleep, 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 yes. That's what happens when you have like freaking 20 marbles on you. Hey, Butchered. Nice. A single chest for all that, but it was a Butchered. So can I really complain? Yes, I can. Fuck this game. Could have given me 2 Butchered. I'm glad I picked up a strength, because going to the next set with 0 strength would have been a little... Now it's way less bad. Okay, I will laugh once again, why not? Which floor did I stop AoE pulling without witching? Kind of was like I can't really give like an answer to that. I kind of stopped doing AoE pulls starting from 101. I take it slow. What do I do with this? I will refresh my steel. I think I'm gonna let the mimic box me and just deal with it after. So I kind of stopped doing AoE pulls starting from 101, except when I'm behind time, like right now. I would say like anything above 6 monsters, I usually witching, starting from like 101. But it's hard to like put into words exactly. It's kind of it's hard to give raw numbers. But like right now, for example, this is witching. Like this is witching or like something else. Like dealing with this without witching I could do it, but it would require me to drink potions, and I kind of want to save potions. Hey, I have a free purity, sure. That's a lot of marbles, my god. I'm gonna rezo again. Steel. Steel. Damn, I'm gonna be very sturdy. I have like 5 steels into me. How do you even consume the commanders? Oh wait, right, you break them on the ground. I was about to say, do you eat them? But no, you literally throw them on the ground. Well, there's 6 steels. I'm like 6 times as sturdy now, just like your Japanese cartoons. What kind of cartoons are you watching? Where there's like 20 guys with tentacles following a small girl? Small Asian girl? No, I don't want to get bad bread. No. Ooh, thank God. It would not kill me, it would just be very annoying. Oh, by accident. We have to go now. 152 kills, pretty good. Above average again, I'd say. So 5 minutes. Is one last enough? I don't know. I think it is. I feel like it would be enough. Let's see. So I pull at 5. Man, was it Sage? Someone on my Twitter liked a picture with that was modded, and I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Sage. Maybe that was all Sage's fault. Just putting stuff like that on my my timeline, my Twitter timeline. You promise? Like Pinky promise? Oh damn, no it's you then. Maybe it was Angelus then. I don't know what acid mist does when it hits you. Maybe it's something that can just it get hit by on things and it doesn't matter. Anyways, one lost enough. We pulled at 5. It's hard to tell before like the loss pours up, honestly. Oh, especially now because I have to kill the bees too. Well, I don't have to kill the bees. I have to kill one, but I actually don't have to kill the other one. I learned that on Gunbreaker the other day. So if I leave this one alive, it's fine. It's not gonna kill me. There. And just retweeting that kind of stuff all the time. Yeah, sure. Seems totally in line with the kind of person he is. Man, fucking Angelus makes me laugh sometimes. He's like a super wholesome guy, never says anything out of place. And then sometimes he drops like a freaking lewd joke like out of there. Like he'll be playing normally, just like super wholesome, and then sometimes he'll do a joke like it randomly does a joke like, oh, he's coming a lot in my mouth. Just like a joke like that out of nowhere. The super deadpan always makes me laugh so much. Yeah, deadpan humor, that's the word I was looking for. Deadpan. Alright, am I stopping after this set or am I doing one more? Decisions. I feel like I have it in me to do one more. So I think I'm gonna do one more, then I'm gonna stop. Maybe 2, but I'm feeling like 1. By the way, you cannot stun these bees. You cannot stun them, so Don't try and like interrupt their final thing. It won't. Huh, time was kind of tight. 45 seconds to spare. Yeah, you can witching them though. I know about that. I have no witchings though, unfortunately. You also cannot LOS them. You cannot outrange the final sting, which is actually very easy to mess up. To think you can, because you can outrange the final sting of the bees on the set, but you cannot outrange these ones specifically, even though they have the same name and the same ability. Alright, I'm gonna get some more coffee and I'll do 1 or 2 more, I would say. I made massive progress today, honestly. All the way to 130. Might be right back, won't take long. Okay, time for the last set. Yeah, I have decided this is the last set today. And then tomorrow I probably do the rest. Sounds good to me. Sounds more reasonable than a 15-hour stream. Okay. So, am I speedrunning this? No. Am I gonna try? No. Is there any hope I can speedrun? No. So, let's go. 1 hour. Avatar looks like it's judging chat. Maybe it is. Yeah, because when I go away, I wait. I go from the right, so she just kind of gets stuck like that. I love this freaking avatar, man. The guy who makes them, I'm really keeping my eye on him. If he ever opens the commissions, I probably commission something. It's super nice, super cute. I love pixel art. Yeah. Best speedrun set. $40 more floors. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I put a hard block on me because I ordered some food and my food should get there in like 1 hour. So I have blocked myself from doing more floors after that. And I'm not about to do a POTD mukbang, so. Hey, witching. Honestly though, the part I really hate is 100 to 120, and then I kind of hate like 121 plus to like 150, but the worst is behind me. Like by far the last two sets are my least favorite ones. I should go the other way first. It's so bad. It's so bad I use a raising on it, even if I'm not gonna speedrun. It's how bad that it is. You know, that's something. So I think Evan High did a lot of things better than POTD, but one thing I prefer in POTD is I feel like you have more freedom about where you want to use your raisings. But that's mostly because like it's so long that you're gonna find the raisings back. So you can actually use them when you want. In Evan High, it's rough. Like sometimes I'd like to use a raising on 51 to 60, but I know if I do that, I'm probably not finding it again. So in POTD I don't feel that way. I feel like if I use like 1 or 2 raisings there, I'll find them back in no problem, because I have like what, 50 floors to find them back. Boom. Alright, so we're hoping to find the Rezos and the Rage. Also, these guys suck because they put fire resist on you, 30 seconds. Have a good day. Oh, lucky learn trap. Do you get more points for opening silver chests? You do. So every chest you open, no matter which color it is, as long as the chest opens, you get 100 points. So that means you will not get 100 points only in 3 situations. If the chest is MMA, if the chest blows up because it's a silver chest and it just explodes, or if the chest is a gold chest and you cannot pick up the commander. Every other instance of you opening a chest gives you 100 points. So When I open the silver chest and you know it's like the eater pull animation, even though I don't get eater pull, I get 400 points. It's why I open them. Because if you're not going for score, then yeah, you don't have a reason to open them. Unless you're trying to like... unless you're trying to get the chest to explode by a monster. Only reason you would like to open them on a non-score run. Assuming you have maxed out eater pull. Like this one, for example, it gave me 100 points. Because I opened it and it opened normally. Five monsters. Is 5 monsters fine? I think it is. Yeah, I hate Biast so much. I hate Biast. Only on healer they're like less bad, but they still suck. Paralysis, man, is a nasty debuff. It's such a bad debuff. I'm so glad they got rid of it in raids, right? If you get paralysis on like something like Black Mage, it's actually unplayable. Like sometimes you just cannot get off a cast in like 20 seconds. It just keeps interrupting. It's so annoying. I'm just trying to wall, please. The only way you can kind of deal with paralysis is if you keep jumping. If it paralyze you as you are jumping, you're gonna like carry your momentum. So that is actually like the only way you can really try and play with it. But outside of that, it's pure luck. Oh, raising. Also, I got a butchered earlier. Nice. Alright, you know what it means when I find a raising? It means I can just put my brain in cruise control mode. I don't have to think about what I'm doing because I'm not worried about losing the run to something dumb. I'm only worried about doing something dumb and losing 5,000 points and then complaining about it for the next like 10 days. Haste affects the cooldown of your GCD. It does not affect the cooldown of your abilities, so it affects the GCDs, the cooldown every time you use something. I don't actually know if it reduces auto attack. Yeah, okay, it works for auto attacks too, so it's both. Both auto attacks and GCD. My god, stop stunning me. So look, right there, if the paralysis proc while I was casting Clemency, that could have been like really bad. Stupid debuff. Ace is just like it's actually such a strong. I believe it's 20%. Yeah, it's 20% faster. So you're doing 20% more damage. But, well, not exactly, because it doesn't affect your OGCDs, but it's a, like, huge chunk of damage. I would actually like if we got more stuff like Ace. It feels like Ace is the only thing we have that gives you damage. It is actually the only buff that gives you damage. The rest is like HP and speed and stuff like that, but you know, like, it's kind of funny. We have a damage down debuff. Why don't we have a damage up, you know? It's kind of weird, like, weird design decisions. You would think that if there's a simple damage down debuff, there would be like a simple damage up buff, but there's none. You know, like, for example, this one, auto heal penalty. Like, why is there not a buff that makes it so you heal twice as fast? You know, like, I don't know. That's something. I feel like, because, you know, there's a lot of complaint about no item. The thing though is there's so little debuffs and buffs that you kind of see the same ones all the time. If there were like way more buffs and debuffs, then it would, I don't know, I think it would feel better. I like RNG. Don't put me in charge of the dungeons if you want the crits gun from the monsters. Because I have bad news for you. If I was the one making decisions, I would never remove crits from the monsters. I will be the bad guy. Can't I stream for 20 more hours? Well, okay, I don't think that's gonna be possible, unfortunately. But I'm glad you like listening to the stream. Are you someone who came from Chella's raid, or were you there before? I don't remember. If you were the one making decisions, it would make floors only Enzus. So if you were the one, if you did that state, then you would have to make a guide about how to like handle them. So it's kind of a monkey paw's wish, I think. Oh, you did come from Chilla's raid? Oh, that's good. Every time there's a raid, you know, the thing you hope for is that some people stick around and they're like, oh, I really like this stream after all, and they follow you. So I'm glad you enjoy the stream. It's actually crazy. I tried an Enzu on Gunbreaker without Strain and Steel, and it worked out. I was like, damn. It was kind of close, but like not too close. It was just, you know, doable. A crazy man who does weird challenges. Yeah, I did a couple of challenge runs. Though I mostly do score runs. I think that's the thing I'm mostly known for. You know, technically I'm known for score runs, but really I'm just trying to clear on every job. You know, that's my goal. It's just that I like doing it with score runs. But my main goal, my goal is not to be like first rank on every job. My goal is to clear POTD on every job and do it while I get nice scores. But you're right. I did a couple of good challenge runs. I think I don't mean to brag there, but I think the challenge run I did with Warrior in Heaven on Eye is like very good, like a very nice piece of content to watch. The one where I did not pick up any chest after I had full commanders basically, and I cleared with only what I had. That run was like that is my favorite run I've done. Because I feel like it's so important, it's so like useful. Yeah, there's a few people. I think Alicia is maybe the only one on NA. I know there's a couple of JP guys. Aurora is very close, and Angelus is very close too. Yeah, Alicia is the only NA. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I thought so too. You should see Aurora and Angelus have that title too soon. And hopefully me, but me, I still have a lot of work to do, so. Which job I enjoy the most in Level High? Summoner. No contest. Summoner is a monster, man. Oh my god. Summoner is... I'm talking about Endwater Summoner, by the way. Like, I really did not like Shadowbringer Summoner in Deep Dungeons. Endwater Summoner is like, oh my god, everything's melting. It's amazing. You have a 71 even on high on Machinist, but you're scared to do it. Well, you know, if you don't do it, it's never gonna fail, you know? You just have to do it. You just have to try it. Like, what's the worst that could happen? You try it and you fail, but you still learn something in the process of doing it. So, like, really, even the worst is good. And you know why you're scared. I'm sure. It's fine. It's fine to be a little scared, a little spooked. You get jump scared? Do you get jump scared in deep dungeons too? Sometimes I'm like not paying attention and I'm fighting something and then suddenly there's like a fat patrol that charges me and freaking crushes my head and I get jump scared sometimes. It has happened before. It always has to do with the Manticore or Gozu because they are like they're so big but you don't see them coming for some reason. Six monsters, but there's like this guy is very high damage, so I have to be careful. Alright, this sucks. You're impressed I kept up Paladin for 8 hours? Oh, I'm pretty impressed too. I think it's because Sheila raided me like really early. And so it gave me like a lot of opportunities to chat and like kind of get through it without really thinking. Bro! The paralysis is so annoying. Oh my god, get me out of there. Very simple. So like, how to put it? So when you're on the easy floors, it doesn't really matter if you have great AoE because you just kind of kill everything super fast. So like you're not at a disadvantage on the Machinist. And then once you make it to like 100 plus, where the monsters start being rough, the monsters actually freaking hurt, right? They hurt. So like, even if you're a DPS with an amazing AoE, you can't like... It's not because you have amazing AoE that you can actually pull like 20 monsters and kill them above 100. Like, that's impossible. They will kill you. So like, why Machinist is really competent there is because Machinist, you just kill the monsters like while you're moving. So you're just killing the monsters non-stop. Like, whatever you are doing it at the same time as you're killing a monster. And then that keeps getting better and better because the further you go, the less attractive it is. Like the the less you would want to AoE pull anyway. And then once you make it to like 150 plus, this is where Machinist really shines, because then pretty much everyone would be doing single pulls, which you are doing on Machinist, but on Machinist you have like high burst, and you're doing it all while you're moving at the same time, and so then it just like, you know, you just keep racking up kills. And Warwick POD is gonna die after new deep dungeon. That's an interesting thing to think about. That's an interesting way to see it, because in my head I see like all the deep dungeons is like the same thing to me, right? So I don't see it as POTD dying, I just see it like, I see the opposite. I see it as the deep dungeons thriving, like being popular because the third one is popular. But if you see it this way, I don't know, it's hard to tell. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like most people who run deep dungeons a lot, they run all of them, right? I feel like most of the people that do a lot of deep dungeons, they just run all of them. Like, they don't really just stick to one. So I feel like it's not gonna die. I feel like it's gonna be the same as always, honestly. Like, people will not do POTD on like when the new one's released, of course, because they want to try the new one, but... Oh, that blew up. So wait, you say you only did Palace, but do you mean after you had your title? Like, you got your title and then you kept doing Palace, or do you mean you did it until you had your title? Well, you were also making a guide though, to be fair. So like, you needed a lot of footage from POTD, I assume, for that guide. Damn, that's interesting. But do you think you would have kept doing it if you were not making that guide? That's interesting. That is totally not my mindset there. Like in my head, like I really, there's not really a distinction between Evan High and POTD. In my head, it's like the same content. It's just like, you know, it's like let me refresh this, because I will die horribly if I don't. Yeah, that's dedication. Like I said, to me, it's like the same thing, right? It's like, I don't wake up and I'm like, I'm gonna do POTD. I wake up and I'm like, I'll do Deep Dungeon. And then once I've decided I'm gonna do Deep Dungeon, I decide if I do Even High or POTD. Like, both are like the same content to me. Man, the damage is slacking there. I kinda need to refresh my strength, don't I? Yeah, of course now I'm doing almost only POTD because I want my Omni title. But I mean, it's still like how to put it? If I had Omni title on both, then I would have no pref. Like, I would do both, right? I would not favor one. Man, these guys are not dying. Though, I personally prefer I prefer Even High a bit more. But I mean, it's still like the same I run one or the other, right? And when the new Deep Dungeon comes out, well, of course, I'm gonna like focus on that deep dungeon because I want to get Omni Clear. But once I've got an Omni Clear inside that, I will probably like, you know, just keep switching between the three. Yeah, well, Even Eye is just like it's way more balanced if you like the content. Like if how to say, it's way more balanced if you like consistent clears and exploring all the jobs. Like it's very well made for that. PotD is way more clunky and you know, it's like it's not because you like a job that it's gonna be very successful there. In fact, like we have like so many stupid strategies for 180, which only recently started getting better. And I assume when they release a new deep dungeon, it's gonna be the same. I assume when they release a new deep dungeon, it's gonna be a lot more like Heaven on High. It's gonna be like kind of viable on any job. No, not like there's not any like super overpowered jobs compared to others. I think it's gonna be like Heaven on High. Yeah, of course, because you can do it in one evening. Well, that's the big appeal for me. Though, like, to be honest, I like it. How to say? I like that it's very long. I just don't like that it's too easy for too long. But I don't actually mind that it's 200 floors. Like, if you gave me a 200 floor deep dungeon, but that started getting hard fast, I would prefer that over 100. Also, you're right. You mentioned like from the non-community members, it's kind of this like permanent thing where like people only care about Necromancer. Like, and it's actually crazy. When I have my Necromancer title on, I would say every day I get like probably like one or two like, oh, nice title, you know, tells like, oh, nice title, or like someone wants to talk to me about deep dungeons but they don't know about it. When I have my Lone Hero title from Heaven on High, never. No one has ever like sent me a tell. It's only people only know about Necromancer. They don't know about like the rest, you know. And most people, they think you did it on Red Mage. Yeah, no one knows about the Lone Hero. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you like showed me both titles with no context behind them, and you asked me which title sounds cooler, I would say like Lone Hero by far. Like Lone Hero sounds way cooler. Yeah, Red Mage is the only job that can carry POTD. I see you get a lot of tells too from people who don't know at all how it works. You know what's funny, Abby? I did almost the same as you. I did all of the boss judge duels, and I was like, wow, I really enjoy solo content. I want to do more. And then I checked out deep dungeons, and when I saw the title for Heaven on High, I was like, wow, Lone Hero, that's perfect for me. Like I want that title, and I got it. And now I use Necromancer instead. Rip. Did I fortune? No, I did not. I should probably fortune. Also, what the hell? There's so many minuters. What the hell? I'll bring them with me, I guess. Man, I don't know how I should do. Did I? Yeah, safety. Okay. Maybe I should witching this floor. It's kind of an annoying floor. I have my invuln. I don't have like too many lost stuff though. Oh, they're switching now. The mid-orders are too annoying. Oh, you were shocked at the savage difficulty because it forced you to with people. I did kind of the same, except in my case, when I noticed that you needed people to do savage raids, I just did not do savage raids. It was like the deal breaker for me. And actually, I just did my first savage tier this like I did it with a static this time. But it was all right, no. It's not my kind of content, honestly. I don't like these kind of time commitments with people. I prefer to do things on my own time when I feel like it. So like raiding is like the opposite, and also I don't like it when I have to rely on others to do stuff. Oh, you do it in PF too, in Party Finder? Oh, I tried that. I tried doing that, and I gave up. Well, I gave up. I usually what happens is I do the first fight of a savage tier in PF, and then I don't do the rest because I'm like, okay, I can't deal with this anymore. Like, I cannot deal with the tank that cannot count to 8 for 8 hours anymore. Yeah, I think it's different on Japan, right? Because I think you guys you practice in PF, and then you run it in Duty Finder, and you have like macros too, right? You have very complicated macros where someone posts a macro at the beginning of the fight, and then you like get assigned positions or something like that. Yeah, we don't have that on NA for some reason. I don't know why. And it's actually insane. If on NA you post a macro, no one will listen. No one. I have never seen someone listen to a macro in PF. Yeah, I don't know why. It's freaking North America, man. There's a reason why in every competitive game everyone makes fun of NA, you know. NA always does things weird. It was the same in League of Legends. It was the same in Counter-Strike. It was the same everywhere. Man, I've drank a lot of potions. I guess that's kind of unavoidable. Hey, chest. You know, well, now that I've done my first savage tier with people, I'm like, I was not really trying to prove anything. It's just my friend was like, oh, we need one. Do you want to come? And he was like, so I was like, yeah. And he told me, okay, but we need a range DPS. And I said, no, I would rather kill myself than play a range DPS. And he said, okay, it's fine, you can come on Black Mage. And so I came on Black Mage, and that was it. Then I switched to Summoner at some point. We cleared the tier, it was okay. or comp. was 2 mage, 2 melees. We had no range DPS. No one wanted to play it. And it was my fault too, because when my friend asked me to join, he told me like it would be a range DPS slot, and I said no. Like I said, if I come, it's on caster, and he was like, okay. And then we just did it with 2 melees, 2 casters. Oh damn. Oh, and you queued. Oh, and you could not leave because you guys queued through the raid finder instead of the DF, the duty finder. That makes sense. Melee DPS is rough. I don't think I would be a very good melee DPS in raids. Because I would probably take very greedy decisions too often. No, you love melee DPS. Well, I'm glad. I mean, your friend kind of helped you without, even if it was not his intention. I cited this. Yes, that's a big core. I almost want to rage. You know what? Let's be lazy. Let's rage. Yellow. I see 3 rage. I rage. It's that easy. Simple as. So do you do ultimates too, or do you only do savage? I assume if you do it with random people, you don't really do ultimates. Yeah, I thought so. I know there's some people who try to do ultimates with random people, but I don't think that works very well. I think you need like a fixed group for that. Hey, Rezo, nice. I don't think I will ever do an ultimate. Like, I could do it, and I know like every single person you ask if they could do an ultimate, they're gonna say yes, I can do it, because you know everyone's too cocky, including myself. But it's like I can't be bothered finding 7 people that I would get along with and are like of a similar skill to do it. Like. The only way I could ever do an ultimate is if someone asked me to join their group, and they're like a good group, right? Not a carry, like they're just good players. Then I would like be fine. But that's unlikely. Like people I know, my friends, they don't do raids. Like they do deep dungeons. So you know. Oh, that would be funny. Now that I think about it, if you made an ultimate team, a fixed group with only necromancers, and you saw like how long it would take them to clear with guys and stuff. Yes, exactly. I agree. Exactly. Yeah, B, I have bad news for you though. If you're playing on a GP data center, when the data center comes out, the travel, it's only for your own region. So you will not be able to go visit NA from GP, but you would be able to visit a different GP data center. Oh, you have Crystal sub-character, never mind. Yeah, then that would work. Wait, Crystal has endgame? I thought Crystal only had roleplay. Is it endgame roleplay? Okay, 3 floors and I have about 12 minutes to do them. Clearly that's not enough time, so I need to use something. Preferably like something with witching would be the best. I would like to not have to rage again if possible. Strength is good. I'm gonna side again. I keep getting these bait floors. I know I have a free lust. I saw alluring. Was it in this room? Yes, it is. So I have invuln, but I don't think it's enough time to kill everything. Let's fortune first. That's a alluring trap. Okay, well now it's too many monsters. I have to witching no matter what. Yeah, now it's a little bit bad. So I will just witching. Oh yeah, it's getting fat. Should I have invuln there? Maybe. Let's see. Oh, I think they're doing too much damage to me. I need to try and last as long as I can in that lust. No! Fuck. I tried so hard, man. I canceled the last cast. Oh well. I mean, it's only, it only starts for points, right? But I was being greedy because I knew that without strength, my lust would not last long enough. Like I would not kill all the monsters in my lust. So my plan was to invuln after my lust to be able to kill them. But what happened is that at the end of my lust, I canceled one of my void fires. And then I decided to be greedy and try and cast it again, but it was too late. Like, they killed me while I was casting it. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine, but you're gonna hear me complain about it for the 10 next days. So, I'm sorry about that. Oh no, I had a raising. If I did not have a raising, I wouldn't have not tried something greedy like that. Though honestly, they hurt me really bad on that last, like, you know, last second. It's possible that a couple of them crit me there. Because I was like, a little bit surprised that I died there. Yeah, there were a lot of imps. Blah. I mean, I still kind of want to do an AoE pull, honestly. It's gonna take way too long if I don't do an AoE pull. There. That should work this time, round 2. Honestly, I should have just used a strength last time. It was my bad to try and be greedy and keep the strength. Alright, is there a chest? Chest? Hello? 2 brown. Light, boom. You know, this death sucked, but it's nothing like the death that I had on my Gunbreaker run. So what happened on my Gunbreaker run is I died doing like a very big pull like that. But dying made me miss the speed run and made me have to skip monsters. So like my dying on my Gunbreaker was not... I did not lose 5,000. I lost like 21,000 from that death. The death I had just now, I lost 5,000. Right? Like I'm not gonna lose anything else. So it's much more like... it pisses me off way less than the one I had on my Gunbreaker. The one I had on my Gunbreaker was like... You know, like... if I was not streaming... Oh, no, wait. Oh. God damn it. The one I had on my Gunbreaker, if I was not streaming, I might have just quit the game and reset. Like, that's how much I hate dying to stupid stuff. On my Gunbreaker one, no. On my Gunbreaker one, it was just... I was so pissed that I died that I wanted to reset the run. Even though it made no sense to reset the run, but I was just pissed. Yeah, it should be fine. My time should be fine. So I do this for normally. Well, normally. I do AoE pulls. And then the next one I rage and they should be fine. That's my plan anyway. On the boss, there I should need, with 2 loss, 1 strength, I think I need 5 minutes, maybe. Maybe not even 5 minutes, so it's not really that tight. Yeah, once I step into Reset L, it's over, I agree. I got a taste of Reset L in Evan High, and oh god, please no. Oh yeah, I have no witch chain, so I cannot do something crazy and be like, oh, it's fine, I can just witch chain after. I gotta see like what kind of size pull I do. No, I reset Reaper a lot to try and beat the first place Reaper. Is it too late to use? No, I think it's fine to use it. Well, I did like some 1 to 30 resets on Reaper and I don't like resetting at all. Feels like I'm wasting my time. If you want to talk to someone who like is very familiar with resets, talk to Zeren. He resets a lot on Dark Knight to try and beat my score. I don't know how he does it. Like, I could never grind that hard for a score. It takes like some dedication, let me tell you. So I should be fine doing one more AoE pull there, and then the next floor I can just rage. It's kind of unfortunate I have to use my rage, but I'm not that worried about it, honestly. Ah, there's a luring trap, man. I can't pop that luring trap. If I had a witching, I could, but I don't have. That's unfortunate. What if there's no nutback? I will Serenity, simply. Now the only thing that's annoying is I don't really have time to deal with that luring trap, so you know, rip 800 points, 700 points, sorry. My god, the damage. Oh, my steel dropped. That's why. Who was talking about dropping their steels in the middle of poles over here? Well, there it is. Alright, goodbye, Learn Trap. I wish I could have popped you, but I don't have time. I have places to go. Alright, so I sight Serenity if I have no nutback. Haha, fuck you, game. So the most effective way to do this rage is from the top. I go above and then I go down. Honestly, do I need to rage? I mean, it's kind of a small floor, but I don't have a witching, that's the thing. I have my invuln. I feel like I could maybe like get away with it with a rezo. That's... fuck it. Let's just be safe. Let's just be safe. It's gonna be some pretty risky play again. Let's enjoy, like, relax. Let's have a relaxing rage there. Very relaxing rage. That is another rain trap over there. I saw the respawn. It's in the spawn room, so nope. Alright, let's go. Hey, Butcher. I did not mention it. If that was a mimic, if that thing was a mimic, I had to raise your mimic. I just did not want to mention it because, you know. Alright, so this is one lost. Maybe two lost if I need to. We'll see. Like, it sucks that I died, but it's another, like, above average kill count. Oh, you mean that Howling Fist up there? So very simple. The range on this is 10 yards. And the range at which monster pull on you, like the range at which monsters see you is about... It's a little lower than that. So I use this as a way to, like, know if I'm in range of a monster or not. Like, I use this to know if the monster is gonna see me, basically. If there's no red cross, it means I'm in range of the monster. Like, he's gonna see me if I approach. And if there is a red cross, it means that the monster is... I'm too far, like, he's not gonna pull on me. It's hard to show it off when I'm fighting the boss. I'll try and show it off, well, next time I stream. So I don't think I need to lust twice, but it's kind of close, and I don't need the lust for the next boss anyway, so I should just lust, honestly. So I'm gonna do that. Now I should have done that before the stats drop, but whatever. Just because I was considering not using lust, but then I remember that I don't need lust for the next boss anyway, so it doesn't matter. Third party tool. Damn, bro, you got me there. First party tool. It actually is a first party tool. No, it's not. We're just kidding. Because it's like I'm using a tool from the game to help me in the deep dungeon, kinda. I'm using this as a range indicator, basically. It's kind of a roundabout way. Oh, I definitely did not need to lust. Oh well. Damn, these are pretty weak looking commanders. I don't think I'm speedrunning the next set, guys. Well, anyway, that was my last set for now. Anyway. Yeah, the emote trick when slide casting is a perfect example of the same kind of concept. I can probably show the thing real quick, actually, before I stop playing. Let me show you real quick. Like the thing at the top, this one is a good example. it works also on proximity monsters. So you see there's a red cross, right? Because he's out of range of the skill. For as long as this red cross is there, he's never gonna pull. But as soon as the red cross goes away, you see it went away there? If I take just a single step towards him, he's gonna pull. Look, this is the reason I have this at the top. It works on proximity and sight and sound. It works for every type of monster. Like for example, this one is sight. It's maybe a little funky though when there's like elevation, but it should work. So as long as there's a red cross, I'm not sure if it's gonna work exactly the same with the little bump. Well, let's see. So look, it's not pulling. I'm like right in front of him, but it's out of range. I lose a red cross. If I take one step, yeah, like if as soon as a red cross goes away, you have like 1 yard of leeway basically. Yeah, you just if you use that trait, you have to find just like a good position for you. Like what I did myself is I just put this huge bar at the top, and I put it there. You know, you can put any skill. It's just 10 yards. Yeah, Mimics is higher. Mimics is probably another like there's probably another skill that works for Mimics. I've just not really tried to find it. So like this guy is proximity. As long as I don't lose a red cross, I am perfectly fine. Oh, see, I lost it there. If I just go a little bit further, he's gonna pull. But as long as I'm like there, he's fine. I lost it. I take a step. He pulls. This only works as soon as you and the monsters are the same level, by the way. If like for example you're still in the early floors and you're like, I don't know, level 45 and the monster's level 47, then the range is different. But this works always as soon as you are floor 50 and max level. And it's the same for even on high. As soon as you are at floor 30 and max level, then it works. It just works on every monster that I've tried. And the reason I found that trait is because I did a lot of research with the monsters. And what I learned is that the range at which they aggro on you depends on how big their circle is. Basically, it's a fixed, well, it's basically like 9 yards plus whatever like is the size of their hitbox. So it means it scales with their size. So if there's like, for example, a very big monster like a dragon, it works the same. Like the trait is gonna work the same because like as soon as you are like you basically use the edge of the hitbox is what I mean. You use it for like yard detection stuff, but it also use it for when it's trying to see if it can see you. Anyway, that was a lot of words just to say that monsters pull about at the same range as this. Still 10 yards. It was a lot of words just to say that. And you would think it's not that useful. It's useful. Like when once you make it to 151 plus, you know, sometimes you want to go get that chest, and like there's a monster looking your way, and you're like not sure if it's close. This is very useful for that, because then you can just put on walk, target the monster, and then you just kind of like keep your eyes up there, and yeah, okay, so and you try and squeeze, and oh, the red cross never disappeared, so you're fine, you know. I use that for that. I use it for that. Okay, well anyway, now I'm hungry. And I've streamed for like, what, 9 hours almost? So I'm going to take my leave now. So thanks you guys a lot for sticking around and watching, and the follows too. All you guys who came from Sheila's raid too. So my plan is to finish this run tomorrow, probably around the same time. You know, it's like probably around, gonna start in the morning and finish in the evening. Hopefully I clear. Would be nice. Would be 11 POTD jobs. So anyway, you guys have a good one. Let me check real quick if there's someone to raid, but I don't really have time to stick around, so it seems kind of rude to raid people when you can't stick around. Yeah, there's no one online anyway, so I don't have to make this difficult decision. Alright, so you guys have a good one. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. And I'll see you guys next time. See ya.